Thank you, everyone. So we are now returning to the BRA regular session at this time. So first item on the agenda, approval of the contract with non-union personnel. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Sorry.
Second.
So moved.
Okay. Moved and seconded. Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs.
Aye.
Mr. Monahan.
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark.
Aye.
Mr. Miller.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Before we move on to the next agenda item, I would like to take a moment to express thanks and to Director Golden and give a few remarks on all of the accomplishments he's made throughout his career. On behalf of the board, I would like to thank Brian for his many years of service to our city. His over 8 years of leadership makes him the longest serving director in the agency's 65-year history. We have seen firsthand the instrumental work Brian has done to lead and support economic development and new housing opportunities that lift up our communities. At the same time, he has ushered in meaningful operational reforms to the agency, creating a more transparent, accountable BPDA that better serves the people of Boston. Over the past 8 years, he has steered more than 90 million square feet of development approvals, representing approximately $43 billion of investment. The approvals include approximately 46,000 new housing units, nearly 11,000 of which are designated as income restricted. Over 80,000 permanent jobs, over 90,000 construction jobs, and 46,000 additional indirect jobs. Since 2019, over 20% of the new housing units approved each year have been income restricted. Over 35% of the units approved in 2021 were income restricted. Boston has a higher percentage of income restricted affordable housing than any other city in America, and all of that was accomplished under Director Golden's leadership. Brian has significantly grown the BPDA's planning capacity, dedicating the resources and personnel necessary to complete the first general city plan since 1965, Imagine Boston 2030, which the board formally adopted in 2017. Since 2014, the BPDA has planned over 14 square miles, representing almost 30% of Boston's land mass. We see the result of these planning efforts and development proposals that come before us each month. Brian has managed over 20 million square feet of BPDA-owned property, prioritizing public land for the public good, and transformed the public disposition process for BPDA-owned land, adopting a transparent, accessible approach that emphasizes through community input. We've seen the work Brian has led to further opportunities for all Bostonians, including adopting a language access plan to ensure that non-English speaking residents can participate in the BPDA's work in a meaningful way. He supported the work of the Mayor's Office of Workforce Development through job training, educational opportunities such as free community college and financial empowerment program. He's also positioned Boston as a leader in fair housing practices by becoming the first city to place affirmatively furthering fair housing requirements into the zoning code. And we would also like to recognize Brian's commitment to our country. He has served as a U.S. Army officer, active duty and reserve for more than 25 years, and his military experience includes duties in Bosnia, Iraq, and Israel. Again, we thank you, Director Golden. We will each individually miss your leadership, but also wish you best of luck in your next endeavor. And I would now like to open it up to the floor to board members if they would like to make any additional remarks.
Yeah, I would like to add, Brian, it's been a true privilege to have worked with you, and I want to thank you for your dedication and steady leadership. The city has benefited tremendously from your efforts, and sincere best wishes with everything ahead of you. Thank you.
And I would fill out some of the statements that have been made up to now. Transparency within the agency has meant that Brian's leadership has overseen thousands of community meetings, many negotiations that have led to positive changes in development, has generated millions of dollars in new tax revenues for the city that make other kinds of city services possible. The planning efforts have given direction to planning in a number of neighborhoods, and he has certainly laid a foundation for continuing transformative change within the city. And I think that as one city resident, I am particularly grateful to and not just his service, but his leadership of this agency and within the design and development communities within the city. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Dr. Langston.
I feel like this is a bit of a somber moment, and it's really important to celebrate, Brian, your incredible legacy. I think under your direction, in a broad stroke, this agency went from being a 20th century organization to being a 21st century organization, and that took a tremendous amount of effort and leadership from everybody at the agency. And you know, also set up the agency and the city for tremendous success going forward. I think in the future, this time will be, your tenure here will be looked at as a really very successful time for the BPDA. And I also want to say personally, it's been a real pleasure working with you. And you have tremendous integrity, and you brought that to the agency. And I wish you all the best going forward. And just thank you for setting up the city for future success.
Thank you, Ms. Downs.
Okay, and Director Golden, if there are any remarks that you'd like to, the floor is yours.
Thanks so much. Thanks, Ms. Rojas. Thank you, Ms. Downs. Thank you, Dr. Lensmar. Thank you, Mr. Miller. Thank you, Mr. Monahan. It's been a great pleasure. It's been an honor and a privilege to serve with you now for several years. I really appreciate the kind words. I have loved my job, and I have loved working with the team here at the BPDA. Even when circumstances have been challenging in our work, I've always been grateful for the opportunity to join all of you, the board members, and all of the staff here at this organization in serving the people of Boston. Our work is almost never easy, but it is always consequential and important. It benefits all who live here, all who work here, all who visit here. Our planning and development decisions over the past several years, our workforce development programs, and our efforts to develop BPDA-owned land will have lasting effects for the better for generations to come. Because of our Article 80 approvals in recent years, thousands of people have access to new affordable housing at below market prices. More than 150,000 jobs, construction jobs, permanent jobs, direct, indirect jobs, more than 150,000 jobs are associated with our decisions in the past 8 years. And during the same period, 40,000 individuals have received quality job training through our Office of Workforce Development. That training has been paid for in large part by development linkage, not to mention millions of dollars of funding for affordable housing development that flows from development linkage. We've conducted planning exercises for almost a third of the city's land mass and we've asked our neighbors in creative ways to shape outcomes. Our forward-thinking approach to affordable housing, resiliency, mobility, and civic engagement was celebrated recently on the world stage with special recognition by Singapore's Lee Kuan Yew World City Prize. We've positioned Boston as a national leader in equity with innovative policies. We've placed affirmatively furthering fair housing requirements in our zoning code, the first city to do so, in order to address the effects of past racial discrimination in housing. And for the past 4 years, we've required prospective developers of public land to detail how diverse constituencies will benefit from their proposed projects. Our robust language access plan makes our processes accessible and meaningful to many Bostonians with limited English proficiency. Our work, the work of this agency and its staff, is consistently done with an emphasis on improving life for all of our diverse population, especially for our most vulnerable residents. We've leveraged our sophisticated teams in a variety of departments: communications, GIS, MIS, research, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and graphics. We've leveraged those professionals to tell our story, to tell the story of our work both internally and externally, and we've done that more effectively than ever. And we've empowered neighbors and stakeholders with key information through conversations, as well as our excellent web presence. This helps the people of Boston participate in decision-making in a meaningful way about the city's future. Over the past 8 years, we've built strong 21st century internal business systems to better manage the agency's resources and address the needs of our personnel. Thanks to our real estate team, tenants are now competing aggressively for space in our properties, and we've been able to do strong leases for the agency. The revenue from these leases pays for most of the BPDA's budget, allows us to fulfill our mission for the people of this city, and that revenue positions the agency well for the future. Property taxes generated by our permitting activity pays for the city services that ensure a high quality of life here in Boston. And the city's ability to borrow money at favorable rates has been assured for multiple years in a row by the AAA bond rating that carefully considers tax revenue and the development pipeline. I could go on, of course, but it's probably not necessary. Each staff person here knows our story, and it is our story. All 250 of us, the 250 professionals of this agency, have done it all. Whether their work was externally facing or focused on internal operations, they played an important role in creating one of the great cities of the world. And they've done it with a commitment to fairness, transparency, empathy, and respect. I'm grateful that I was able to support this work and to share this journey with all of my colleagues here at this agency. I want to thank Mayor Marty Walsh for entrusting me with the director's role in 2014. He created an environment that allowed us to do big, important things that address the needs of the city today and far into the future. I thank each of you, sincerely the members of this board for your guidance, your steadfast support of the work that we do, and for your care and concern for all of the agency's staff. I thank the residents and stakeholders throughout the city who have participated in our processes, collaborated in our decision-making, and improved outcomes. As I depart from my role here at City Hall, I wish Mayor Wu and her team great success in their stewardship of Boston. Finally, I want to thank my family. They've certainly been along for this journey with me. My wife, Kristen, my daughter, Abby, my son, Michael, my daughter, Deirdre, my daughter, Mary, my daughter, Una. This is a great job, as I've mentioned, but it certainly has grief and stress and sometimes even a bit of pain associated with it. And sometimes my family, I'm sure, has experienced impacts from that, directly or indirectly. They've had to have felt some of that. And at a minimum, they've certainly felt my distraction at times from them. So I thank them for tolerating it all. I thank them for their love and support during my time at this agency. I'm proud of our work. I hope that everyone who has been part of this is proud too. Wherever I go, please know that I will always be rooting for the work that this agency and its professionals do for the people of Boston. And once again, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Golden. Okay, moving on to agenda item number 2. Request authorization for the approval of the minutes of the March 10th, 2022 meeting. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 3, request authorization to schedule a public hearing on May 12th, 2022 at 5:30 p.m. or at such a time and date deemed appropriate by the director to consider the proposed St. Elizabeth's Medical Center 2021 through 2025 institutional master plan. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 4, request authorization to schedule a public hearing on May 12th, 2022 at 5:40 p.m. or at such a time and date deemed appropriate by the director to consider the First Amendment of the development plan for Plan Development Area number 95, 80 East Berkeley Street in the South End. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Mr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 4, Board of Appeal. Jeffrey.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary. If you would indulge me for a moment, I'd like to thank Brian personally. I would like to say that it's been an honor and a privilege to call you a colleague and, more importantly, a friend. I also want to thank you for your leadership and your work that you've done with the agency. And I've been here for quite a few directors, and there's no doubt in my mind that you have left the city better because of your role, and I want to thank you for that. Madam Chair, 56 petitions have been prepared for your approval tonight for transmittal to the Board of Appeals. This will cover 3 meetings. for the Board of Appeal, including tonight's subcommittee meeting. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 6, request authorization to enter into a license agreement with Richard Taylor or related party of Nubian Gallery for the temporary use of a portion of the commonly referred to Blair lot located on a portion of 1, 2, and 4 Palmer Street, 2180 through 2190 Washington Street, and 2148 Washington Street for construction, laydown, and support for the Nubian Gallery located at 2164 Washington Street in the Nubian Square in Roxbury. Lauren.
Director Golden, thank you for your leadership over the past few years. I'm proud to be a member of your staff. The Blair Lot is one of 9 publicly owned vacant developable properties in the Nubian Square area of Roxbury that comprise planned Nubian Square. Nubian Ascends Partners LLC was tentatively designated as a redeveloper of the Blair Lot in December 2020 after an extensive community process. Richard Taylor, a partner in Nubian Ascends Partners LLC, is also the proprietor of Nubian Gallery, located at 2164 Washington Street between the Blair Lot parcels. Nubian Gallery was awarded $400,000 by the city's Community Preservation Committee to restore the neoclassical facade of the former Hamel Gallery on the surviving 19th century commercial block in the Dudley Section Historic District. Mr. Taylor's vision is to use this space to contribute to the Nubian Square arts and culture planning by creating a venue where the community can work, create, and exhibit their talents. The 10,000 square foot building is currently under renovation, and Mr. Taylor has asked to use the BPDA-owned adjacent property to support a timely completion of this renovation. The license area shall be used exclusively for temporary laydown of construction material and portable toilets. The Nubian Gallery team will be responsible for obtaining permits and licenses that may be required. Richard Taylor and Nubian Square Development LLC, at its own cost and expense, agree to maintain the licensed premises in a clean and orderly condition and repair, and further agree to secure loose materials and portable facilities when not in use and maintain a secure perimeter to prevent off-hour access. Mr. Taylor will also carry for the term of the license comprehensive public liability insurance, indemnifying the Boston Planning and Development Agency against all claims and demands for personal injury and property damage. The license term shall begin May 1st, 2022, and shall be coterminous with the tentative designation status granted to the Nubian Ascend Partners, LLC. No fee is contemplated for this use. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
We'll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Mr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 7, request authorization to amend the lease with Charlestown Marina LLC for the use of water parcel D to establish the market rate effective May 1st, 2022. Dennis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Brian, I can only echo Jeff and Lauren. It's been a privilege and a pleasure to work with you, and I wish you nothing but good fortune. Water parcel D in the Charlestown Navy-Yard is a 174,000 square foot sheet of water located immediately adjacent to the Charlestown Marina. Water parcel D is only accessible from the adjacent marina. It has no direct access from land or the shoreline. In 2015, BPDA entered into a 45-year license with Charlestown Marina for the use of the water sheet to be incorporated into the marina. After lengthy negotiations, BPDA agreed to license the water sheet to Charlestown Marina for a fee of $35,000 per year, with an agreement to revisit the fee in 2020. Again, the first license was 2015. Due to COVID-related economic impacts, BPDA agreed twice to extend the deadline to analyze the appropriate fee. The license now requires that the new fee become payable on May 1st of 2022. BPDA and Charlestown Marina were unable to agree on a negotiated fee However, both sides agreed to default to the license language wherein an independent appraiser would determine the fee. Per the license requirement, BPDA provided a list of 3 appraisers to Charlestown Marina, from which they selected Collier's International Valuation to conduct the lease fee analysis. Collier's has opined that the Charlestown Marina and the Charlestown Marina has agreed to pay a new rate of $50,000 per year. We're recommending that fee remain constant for 5 years, at which time we will renegotiate the lease or default once again to the appraisal mechanism in 5 years. Over the next 5 years, BPDA will receive $250,000. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dennis. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Lansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Okay, item number 8, request authorization to enter into a license agreement with the Courageous Sailing Center of Boston Incorporated for the use of portions of Pier 3, adjacent land and water sheet area within the Charlestown Navy Yard. Dennis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Courageous Sailing Center has been a tenant on Pier 4 in the Charlestown Navy Yard for almost 20 years. Courageous provides opportunity for children in the city of Boston to learn the sport of sailing free of charge. Courageous currently utilizes Pier 4 to berth their vessels, park vehicles, host corporate events, fundraising events, and to muster sailors and staff on a daily basis. The current license term expires in 2024. In March of this year, a maritime engineer hired by BPDA reported that the steel pilings of Pier number 4 have deteriorated to the degree where only limited pedestrian use is safe. Pending this needed repair, we are requesting permission to relocate Courageous to the adjacent Pier number 3 for the remainder of 2022, with the option to extend through 2023 if necessary. We're optimistic for a 2022 return to Pier 4 once emergency repairs are completed. Coincidentally, my colleague Laura Nelly will be presenting for the emergency repairs momentarily. Given the public benefit provided, no fee is currently charged for the use of Pier 4. We are proposing also that no fee be charged for the use of Pier 3. However, Courageous will update all insurance policies to include Pier number 3. Thank you.
Do we have any questions or comments from the board?
Dennis, are there other piers that are in this condition that we need to be watching out for?
Pier 5, I'm not an expert on that, but yes, Pier 5 is also quite compromised. And we shared the results of the engineering study with, coincidentally, Charlestown Marina, who also leases Pier 6 for their contemplation. I'll be meeting with them week after next to talk about the next steps on the license, and I'll inquire as to their level of concern with their steps. So yes, their age is catching up with them. Absolutely.
If I can quickly just add, this is Devin Clark, Director of Real Estate, just to answer Ms. Down's question. I think it's important to point out that the reason we became aware of these structural deficiencies, and Laura will cover this in detail in a moment, is that we were actively engaged in a repair and inspection project. Now, the condition of the pier was worse than we expected, but we were out there doing our proactive repair work and then discovered the need to emergently limit access to the pier. So I think we are now actively doing the proactive work we need to do to find the repairs that are necessary. Unfortunately, it resulted in an emergency situation in this case.
Thank you, Devin.
Okay. And just out of curiosity, how is this going to be, is this going to cause a great impact to Courageous? I mean, I know we definitely have to do the work to do that, but just curious on how their operations will be impacted.
I think it's fair to say that yes, it will, but we have built a great relationship with Courageous Sailing over the past many years, and we've been talking to them on a regular basis leading up to this about the conditions of the pier, and they know we're doing everything that we can on our part to accommodate them. That's part of this board vote, to make sure that the property that we can make available to them is available to them, but it will impact their operations. It absolutely will. We're doing our best to minimize that.
Okay, any additional questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Mr. Lansmore?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Item number 9, request authorization to advertise and issue an invitation for bids for pile rehabilitation at Pier 4, located within the Charlestown Navy Yard. Laura.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board, and today particularly, thank you, Director Golden. I'm here to present on behalf of my colleague, William Epperson, who's the Deputy Director of Capital Construction. I may defer to Devin Quirk, the Director of Real Estate, for certain questions. And as you heard, I'll be building on the previous presentation. So as a very collaborative team, we're requesting to advertise and issue an IFB for a marine construction general contractor for emergency pile repairs to Pier 4 in the Charlestown Navy Yard. This matter was last before you in September of 2021 when GEI Consultants was hired to complete an assessment, which Devin referenced, of the waterfront infrastructure in the area of Shipyard Park in the Navy Yard, which includes Pier 4. As context, Pier 4 was built in 1957 by the US military and is constructed of steel pipe piles, which are filled with unreinforced masonry concrete. GEI's inspection, which included underwater inspection by licensed engineers who specialize in diving, they concluded that nearly all of the pier's 560 piles had underwater areas of complete corrosion of the steel pipe piles, resulting in a complete loss of lateral capacity and a risk of lateral collapse. In layperson's terms, the pier is currently swaying slightly as it's pushed and pulled by wind and wave action, and so given sufficient force, it could actually topple over. So that is what we're working very hard to avoid. In the meantime, the pier does remain open and is safe for pedestrian uses and public access, but all other activities have been prohibited, as you heard, specifically including vehicle access, mooring and berthing of boats, and any organized events and gatherings, which has displaced our nonprofit partner, Courageous Sailing. The work necessary to stabilize and restore operation of the pier consists of constructing jackets of steel reinforced concrete around the deteriorated pipe piles. This process is common in the industry and will be implemented in 2 phases. Additionally, given that the pier is no longer needed for military uses, not all of the original piles will be reinforced. The bid package has been prepared by GEI and will be publicly advertised, including outreach to diverse vendors. The construction contract will be awarded to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder. The work is significant and is estimated to cost at around $10 million and will be funded from the current FY22 and the upcoming FY23 capital budgets, referring to our fiscal years. Given the emergency nature of the work, we're moving forward with an accelerated timeline, which we really appreciate the collaboration of our colleagues across the agency to make that possible. So we anticipate returning to the board with an award recommendation next month. That would enable us to complete the majority of the work during this year. With that, thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions at this time.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments from the board? Okay, well, just again, thank you so much for the work that you guys are doing to, to secure the property, but also protect the great resources that services that Courageous does provide to our community. With that, motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Lansmore?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 10. Request authorization to advertise and issue an invitation for bids pursuant to Chapter 30, Section 39M of Massachusetts General Laws for electrical repair and maintenance of BRA-owned properties. Laura.
Thank you once again, Madam Chair. I'm returning to request your authorization to advertise and issue this IFB for electrical repair and maintenance of properties owned by the BPDA. The work will primarily take place at the Charlestown Navy Yard and the downtown waterfront, along with other locations as needed. These services help us maintain our property as a good landlord and neighbor, and have also supported public art projects and other community activations in recent years. The IFB will be publicly advertised pursuant to Massachusetts procurement law, including affirmative marketing to small, local, and diverse businesses. And the resulting contract will be awarded to the responsible and responsive bidder with the lowest total bid price. The cost is not expected to exceed $75,000 annually. And at this time, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
We'll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Lansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Laura. Item number 11, request authorization to grant tentative designation of Asian Community Development Corporation as redeveloper of BPDA owned parcel R1 in the South Cove Urban Renewal Area, project number Mass R-92, located at 0, 55, and 57 Hudson Street, 0, 52, 54, 56, and 58 Tyler Street, and O'Holland Place in the Chinatown neighborhood of Boston as a mixed-use building consisting of affordable housing with space anticipated for a Chinatown library branch, and to take all related actions. Right.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Director Golden, Madam Secretary, and members of the board. And I too want to take an opportunity to say thank you very much for Director Golden. It's been an honor and a privilege serving under your directorship. So anyway, on to my vote. BPDA owned parcel R1 consists of approximately 18,700 square feet of vacant land bounded by Harvard Street to the south, Tyler Street to the west, Hudson Street to the east, and bordered to the north by the rear of 75 Neyland Street, a mixed-use building of predominantly office space. Since parcel R1 is one of the last large municipally owned sites in Chinatown available for community-based uses, it has been the subject of community visioning workshops and planning studies for several years. The BPDA's community process was launched in late 2020 specifically to discuss the issuance of requests for proposals for parcel R1 with the community. Virtual community meetings via Zoom took place on November 17th, 2020 and January 20th, 2021 with interpretation in both Mandarin and Cantonese. In addition, at the community's request, the BPDA convened a language access meeting entirely in Cantonese and Mandarin with English interpretation co-sponsored by the Chinese Progressive Association on January 7th, 2021. Following each meeting, the BPDA received community feedback as part of this process, which strongly supported the issuance of an RFP containing development guidelines based upon community preferences expressed. Staff then obtained approval from the board on June 10th, 2021 to advertise an RFP, which was subsequently issued on August 11th, 2021, and proposals were due on October 28th, 2021. The RFP asked that the development reflect the 2010 Chinatown Community Plan principles, including upgrading the quality of life in Chinatown to ensure its long-term viability as a historic residential neighborhood with a unique cultural, business, and service center, creating a development with a minimum of 50% affordable housing for all segments of the community, encouraging community businesses and trades, protecting the district's historic and cultural resources, improving the environment with open space, managing institutional growth, and promoting public safety and health. Of particular importance to the neighborhood was asking that a development at R1 include a core and shell space that could be built out as a long-awaited permanent Chinatown branch of the Boston Public Library. The RFP articulated that in order to facilitate the process of including branch library space within this development, the BPDA will work with the City of Boston to seek special legislation from the state legislature to exempt this project from certain public procurement regulations. This legislation would allow the BPL to acquire the core and shell at cost from the developer. The BPDA received one proposal in response to the RFP from Asian Community Development Corporation as developer, working with joint venture Consigli Construction, Smoot Construction as construction manager, and Anthony Consigli as loan guarantor. Based upon the robust positive feedback received from the community and the enthusiastic endorsement of the Project Review Committee, staff recommends that the board vote to give tentative designation status to this redeveloper. I'm joined today by Angie Liu, Executive Director of Asian CDC, and Aaron Hodges of Stantec Architecture, who will give a presentation on the recommended project. Thank you. Angie and Aaron.
Thank you, Ray. Thank you to the board of BPDA and to Director Golden for this opportunity to present on our proposal for parcel R1. So as Ray said, I am Angie Liu and I'm the Executive Director of the Asian Community Development Corporation. We have been based in Boston's Chinatown for the last 35 years and have worked to create several impactful affordable housing and mixed income developments in Chinatown to make sure that our working class and immigrant families have an opportunity to stay and thrive in Chinatown as it faces displacement pressures. As Ray said, parcel R1 is one of the very last remaining publicly owned sites in Chinatown. And in fact, for the last 30 years, every decade, Chinatown gets together and produces its own master plan. And so for the last 3 decades, parcel R1 has long been on the priority list of the Chinatown community as a priority site to develop affordable housing use and community uses such as the library. Next slide, please. I would like to introduce our team. So again, the sponsor and developer would be Asian CDC. We are a nonprofit. We have the most recent project we have developed is the One Greenway project on MassDOT-owned site right across the street from parcel R1. We will be partnered with Consigli Construction to provide construction services. And I do want to call out that in our proposal, we have a very robust diversity and inclusion plan. We are committing to having at least 30% of our construction costs to be managed by W and MBEs, and 33% of our soft costs to be managed by WMBEs. So all of the team members you see here on the slides that have the green, they represent MBEs and WBEs. And there are also a few that you can see where the leading principle for the project is a person of color and or woman. Just to highlight, because this project takes place in the heart of Chinatown, selecting AAPI-owned firms, as well as teams led by AAPI principals has been a priority for us. So I do want to call out especially Aaron Hodges, who is a principal at Stantec, Michael Kim, who will be providing interior architecture, and our structural consultant, Lim Consultants. And now I have the pleasure to introduce Aaron Hodges, who is a principal at Stantec.
Thank you, Angie. Madam Chair and members of the board, Aaron Hodges here from Stantec. We are very excited to work with Asian CDC again after One Greenway, another affordable housing project. R1, we have been putting in a lot of community engagement, a lot of design thinking into this project. And Ray, if you go to the next slide. The site is located at the south half of Milan Street in the Chinatown neighborhood. It is a TOD, centrally located urban site, very close proximity to a lot of urban amenities, including transit, health services, and as you can see on the photos on the left, it's currently used as a parking lot, actually one of the last sites in the neighborhood of Chinatown for such a unique opportunity. And next slide, please. This is a massing diagram of what we are thinking about currently for the size and the shape of the building. We are setting back significantly on Hudson Street and also on the side yard for sufficient window openings for the residents. We are under the Chinatown zoning district with a few zoning overlays as stated on the slide over here. And we're looking forward to working closely with the BPDA staff on finalizing the massing and shape of the building in the coming months through the Article 80 process. Next, please. And in designing the urban realm of this project, we took cue from the decades of master plan efforts from the Chinatown community and from the BPDA. Our goals are listed here. One of the key things that we want to achieve in designing this building is to create a memorable building that speaks to the culture and heritage of the Chinatown neighborhood. The shape of the building is actually inspired by a poem that was written in 700 BC that depicts a river that is carving through a gorge, hence the shape of the building with the central opening in the middle. And we also want to enhance and complement the architectural characteristics of the surrounding context, including keeping the building in similar height and density, using contextual brick and masonry material throughout the facade. We want to promote social connectivity by introducing a permanent home for the BPL on the ground floor, a community retail space, and a frontage that is not only inviting but safe for the residents of the neighborhood and the residents of the building. Last but not least, we are definitely preparing for the rising sea level by raising the ground floor of the building out of the flood line. Next, please. This is another view at the Hudson Street frontage of the building. And as you can see, we have placed the prominent corner, two-story for the Boston Public Library Chinatown branch, very prominent visible location, including a outdoor reading room with accessible route that goes up to the elevated podium space. And at the same height is the residential entrance. We've included bike parking entrances to the right side of the frontage with the community retail just in the middle. And we hope that this will be a very inviting place where all the residents will want to congregate and enjoy the public realm. Next. And I will briefly touch upon the ground floor, second floor, and upper floor programs. In the podium spaces, which consists of the bottom two floors, we have the BPL space, that's about 15,000 square feet. The ground floor lobby entrance and the second floor amenity space will be designated for residential uses. And the peach color is the community commercial space. Next. On the upper floors, we are including 110 units. All of them will be affordable, and it's gonna be a split between 40% condos and 60% rental. And Angie, I will give it back to you to introduce more of our residential program.
Thank you. So as you can see, in response to the residents' feedback, we really tried to make sure that there is a variety of unit mixes from 1s, 2s, and 3 bedrooms, and also a good mix of rentals versus condos. This is because throughout the engagement process, we have heard repeatedly from residents that not only do they want affordable rentals, but they also want the opportunity to become homeowners. And without affordable homeownership, it is very difficult to achieve that in Chinatown. Here is a much more detailed income mix, I know it's a lot of numbers, but this is to show you the variety of income levels that we have for the mix. Okay. So for the rentals, you can see we have a mix of very low income at 30% area median income, all the way to 80% area median income. 79% of the rentals will be at 60 or below, And just to give you an idea, for a family of 4, those incomes would range from $36,000 to about $72,000 a year. Condos are half and half at 80% and 100% area median income, what we think of as workforce or moderate income housing. And in terms of sale prices, those would roughly translate to $200,000 to $350,000 for those condos. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board?
Is that a green wall outside of your entrance lobby?
We are definitely inspired to introduce more biophilic design, and we'll look for opportunities as it presents itself in the design process.
Well, I just want to commend the team for finding such a diverse group of professionals to work on this project. Your engineers, your builders, your interior design folks, your architects. It shows that at a project of this size, where traditionally people have balked at the idea of coming up with diverse teams, that it's quite possible to do. And I wish you great success with this project, because it is the kind of project it is, and we've wanted the library there for a long time, but also because of who you've brought together to make this happen.
Thank you, Dr. Lensmark. Additional questions or comments?
Well, and just to follow up on Dr. Lensmark's comment, I loved the presentation of your team and think that might be a great model for other proponents who are coming before us as a way of showing who is working on their project. I thought it was very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments? Great presentation. Very excited about this project and what you've done so far. So with that, I believe a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 12, request authorization to extend tentative designation status of Nuba LLC as redeveloper of a portion of parcel 8 located at Harrison Avenue and Washington Street in the Nubian Square area of Roxbury, and to take all related actions. Jonathan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, and members of the board, and a deep thanks to Director Golden. I am here today to request a 6-month extension to the tentative designation for Nuba LLC, intended for the redevelopment of 2 parcels, one owned by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and the other owned by the City of Boston, both of which will be transferred to the BPDA towards the end of this disposition process. As you may recall, the board originally voted to award Nuba tentative designation on April 15th, 2021, and extended that tentative designation at the board meeting on October 13th, 2021. Nuba is proposing to develop a 110,000 square foot building, which will consist of 114 affordable units, ground floor commercial space offered as a satellite campus for the National Center for Afro-American Artists Museum, and live-work tenements for the artist community. The total development cost of this project is approximately $47 million. Since the last extension, Nuba has made significant progress towards final designation. Some of the milestones they have achieved in this process include the submission of the project notification form to enter into the Article 80 development review process. They filed the environmental notification with the Massachusetts Environmental Policy Act Office and received MEPA certification, received a vote from the Boston Civic Design Commission recommending approval of their Parcel 8 schematic design, received an award for the Mayor's Office of Housing for $1 million, and from the Neighborhood Housing Trust for $1.5 million for the development of the Nuba apartments, received an award for $4.6 million for Nuba homes, and closed on a pre-development loan with a Blue Hub / the Life Initiative Life Innovative in December 2021 for Nuba apartments. During this request, tentative designation extension, the developers will pursue Article 80 in zoning approval, Boston Landmark Commission approval. They will negotiate terms of the deed and land disposition agreement and pursue additional sources of project funding. With that being said, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, got the next one too. Item number 13, request authorization to award tentative designation to the Frederick Douglass Peace Park Stewardship Committee and the Boston Food Forest Coalition Incorporated for the sale of parcels X-26B and X-26-2 in the South End Urban Renewal Area, project number Mass R-56, known as the Frederick Douglass Peace Garden, and to take all related actions. Jonathan.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. I am here today to request that the board adopts the resolution to give tentative designation to the Frederick Douglass Peace Park Stewardship Committee and the Boston Food Forest Coalition for the redevelopment of the Boston Planning and Development Agency's parcels X-26B and X-26-2. The two BPDA parcels I've just mentioned consist of 8,498 square feet of vacant land. These parcels have been a site for community gatherings and gardening since the 1990s. For a decade, the BPDA attempted to move these parcels through our disposition process to no avail. From 2009 through 2016, the BPDA granted temporary license agreements to a nonprofit organization for community gardening. However, due to the loss of community members, the license ended and the property fell into disrepair. In 2019, the BPDA restarted the community process for these parcels as the conditions of the land presented safety concerns for the neighbors and no longer functioned as a garden. We proposed the development of a multifamily residence, but the community expressed concern regarding increasing the area's population density and the loss of open green space. A second meeting was held in 2020 where key community stakeholders requested time to explore what resources and partnerships were available to respond to our RFP for community gardening. The disposition process was put on hold again due to COVID-19, but started once more in October 2021 with the release of an RFP that was open to proposals for gardening and residential development. In January 2022, we received one proposal back from a partnership between the Frederick Douglass Peace Park Stewardship Committee and the Boston Food Forest Coalition. The proposal offered a structure where the land would be held in fee ownership by the Boston Food Forest Coalition, who would act as a land bank for the parcel, and the ongoing maintenance, operation, and management of community engagement would be managed by the Stewardship Committee. The proposal lays out a two-phase approach in which phase one would take place during this tentative designation. The proponents would engage in the initial cleanup and beautification of the property. It would conduct a year-long design process in collaboration with the neighbors and community members. The proponent has received commitments up for about $20,000 from the local Community Development Corporation and the Mandela House, which may become a recurring source of operation funding. However, to increase their funds for this project, the proponents will seek out additional funding during phase one from sources such as the Community Preservation Act and grassroots funds. In phase two of this development, after final designation, the proponents will begin the final improvement construction. The Stewardship Committee is committed to conducting outreach to minority-owned contractors and engaging neighborhood residents and youth for the development of the garden and to provide educational opportunities in the field of gardening. Based on the aforementioned, the BPDA recommends that the BRA award the Frederick Douglass Peace Park Stewardship Committee and the Boston Food Forest Coalition tentative designation. Today I have Nataka Creighton from the Stewardship Committee and Orion Kriegman, Executive Director of the Boston Food Forest Coalition, and myself are here and ready to take any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board?
Could you describe the exact location of these parcels other than X26B and X26-2? And also, could the proponents here say just a little bit about their organizations?
Most definitely. I'll go ahead and let Taka can answer those questions. I think you may still be muted, Nataka.
Nataka. Can you hear me? No, my computer. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Yes, so initially I think it was designated when we first did the construction of the Peace Park in the 90s. I think it was like 1000 Tremont Street, so it's directly behind Good Eats Pizza. It is also on Cabot Street, which used to go across Nonia Cass Boulevard and where Slades is. So you can't exactly see it off the street. It's off of the location that when we had to leave the neighborhood due to gentrification will be the location of the Frederick Douglass bust that will be going up. And I think at the bus stop, it's the corner of Tremont and Hammond Street. So it's right there in that location. And I'm just really excited, one, you know, just kind of on a personal level, we lived there and did a lot of the organizing work, and next to the, what's that thing called that they have over here? It was a lot of activity, and it was it was just a great space. And we were like, yo, we don't want to give this space up. And so, you know, I was very happy that the BPDA, you know, put out the proposal. We do have a really cool partnership, which I think will both expand and shift over time, but right now it's Madison Park Development Corporation. It is also Mandela House, in addition to several residents who are activists in the neighborhood. And it also includes ACE, which is Alternatives for Community Environment in Dudley. So excited about what we imagined before, which was a real robust partnership with organization committed to community in general. So you don't just have, because my thing is sustainability. Like over time, we want it to be sustainable. And then when we met Orion from the Food Forest, we were like, this is like the perfect relationship and partnership in order to really create what we see as something that builds the stewardship of the land. And also, like many people don't even know, it's the Frederick Douglass Historic District. So to not just have the bust, the sculpture that will be put up, but also have a very vibrant community space, I think is essential and important to community vibrancy, and definitely looking forward to partnerships with the city in whatever way that can happen. But it's just very exciting for me. So yeah, I'm excited.
Thank you. That's very helpful. It sounds like a very vibrant community-based organization.
Yes, definitely. And also, I mean, we've got some commitment even from the guy who owns Good Eats Pizza, the insurance agency for, so as you talk about funding, you know, we'd also seek to find funding that includes private funding in order to sustain the project over time, in addition to eventually developing our own ways of, you know, raising funds, I don't know, through events and activities, but yeah, it's definitely a great thing. And Mandela is, you know, I'm glad that they're a part of it. We're still trying to get Roxy Holmes, but we definitely have a good partnership set up. So.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Any additional questions or comments from the board? Really great way to see, you know, the use of these parcels and being stewarded so greatly by the community. So, all right, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark,
Aye.
Mr. Miller,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Motion passes.
Thank you.
And congratulations. Good luck. Okay, item number 14, request authorization to petition the Public Improvement Commission to widen and relocate portions of the public way surrounding BPDA-owned Union Park to incorporate certain edge slivers of land on Union Street Park, also known as Parcel 7-2, in the former Government Center urban renewal area, into a public right-of-way, and to take all related actions. Ray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Director Golden, Madam Secretary, and members of the board. Union Street Park, owned by the BPDA, is across from the Congress Street entrance to City Hall. I'm sure everyone's familiar with it. It contains both the Mayor Curley and the New England Holocaust Memorials. Since March 31st, 1995, the combined Jewish philanthropies of Greater Boston and its predecessor organization, the New England Holocaust Memorial Committee, have maintained this park. On June 23, 1988, the BPDA voted to transfer Union Street Park to the Parks Department. This transfer was not completed at that time because the BPDA agreed to assist the Public Works Department with planning and construction associated with the proximate Connect Historic Boston project, which was starting at that time. At the August 14, 2014 BPDA board, the BPDA approved a new license, maintenance, and indemnification agreement among the BPDA Parks and CJP, which serves as a permanent agreement concerning the maintenance of the park and the memorials. This LMI states that the BPDA will be the licensor until this park is conveyed to the Parks Department. Once this conveyance occurs, the BPDA will no longer be a party to the LMI, and the Parks Department will assume the role as licensor. Because Connect Historic Boston was substantially completed in October of 2021, staff is now moving forward to complete this conveyance to Parks. To this end, BPDA commissioned a survey of Union Street Park, and after reviewing the draft survey, Parks requested that certain sliver edges you can see shown in red on this aerial, that these certain sliver edges of the surveyed area be absorbed into the public right-of-way to be the responsibility of DPW, because these slivers contain a light post, utility box, and slivers of the sidewalk, things of that nature. Allowing these slivers to become part of the public right-of-way requires an action through the Public Improvement Commission. Therefore, the purpose of today's board action is to allow the BPDA to petition the PIC to widen and relocate the public ways surrounding Union Street Park, and to include these slivers so that the deed to Parks does not include them. This action is expected to be on the new business agenda of the PIC meeting on April 28th of 2022. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ray. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Okay, pretty straightforward here and seeing none. Motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan? Okay. Dr.
Sorry, I was muted. Aye.
Okay. Okay, so Mr. Monahan is an aye. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 15.
Pardon me, Madam Chair.
Yes.
It's Brian. I'll have to recuse myself from this item.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 15, request authorization to issue a certificate of completion for the successful completion of Phase 3A of the Old Colony Chapter 121 project located at 20 Reverend Richard Burke Street and 229 East 8th Street in South Boston. There's no presentation as it's a certificate of completion, so a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 16, request authorization to issue a certificate of completion for the successful completion of the Seaport Square Block L4 project located at 55 Pier 4 Boulevard, also known as 111 Harbor Way in the South Boston waterfront. Again, no presentation. This is a certificate of completion. So a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
He's recused himself.
Oh, for 16? Okay. And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 17. Request authorization to issue a certificate of completion for the successful completion of the new hotel building located at 99 Blackstone Street in downtown Boston. Again, certificate of completion, no presentation. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 18. Request authorization to adopt a minor modification to certain urban renewal plans with respect to the extension of the plan period for up to 11 months or until March 31st, 2023, in order to evaluate the necessity of a longer term extension of certain urban renewal plan. Chris.
Thank you. Hello, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Colminas, and Director Golden. I am Chris Breen, the Urban Renewal Manager. I just have a short presentation here just to give you some updates. I'm here to provide updates regarding the status of urban renewal and to recommend a plan for the adoption of a minor modification extending the terms of 12 of 14 urban renewal plans, currently all of which are set to expire on April 22nd, 2022, which is next week. Next slide. As you may recall, from the March 10th, 2022 board last month, at the BPDA board hearing, BPDA staff originally presented a proposal to sunset 5 urban renewal plans and to extend the remaining 9 until the end of this calendar year. As seen in this map, the blue areas were the ones recommended to potentially expire, and the orange areas were the ones recommended to extend up until December 31st of this year. The ones that we recommended to expire at that time were School Franklin, Wilson Essex, Park Plaza, Brunswick King, and Kittredge Square. Next slide. One more slide. There you go. The current proposal today, however, we have modified that original proposal and now have a new, more current proposal. Before you, you will see a request of the sunsetting or the termination of 2 urban renewal plan areas. Those 2 areas are now just Boylston, Essex, and School Franklin. So previously, we had recommended 5 urban renewal areas. Now, we're only recommending 2 urban renewal areas, seen in blue, Boylston, Essex, and School Franklin. All other areas, all other 12 areas will be extended, or we are requesting to extend until March 31st, 2023, roughly 11 months from today. Next slide. Staff are recommending this extension after participating in the March 22nd, 2022 City Council hearings regarding urban renewal. The outcome of this hearing was that the council, after some deliberation, unanimously voted to support the extension of these 12 urban renewal areas up until March 31st, 2023 of next year, while allowing for the sunsetting of the 2 previously mentioned plans next week, April 22nd of 2022. This recommendation was also supported by the mayor's office. The council and the mayor's office felt strongly that additional time was needed to discuss and to determine the appropriate timeline for sunsetting of the remaining 12 plans, and to further consider a plan that continued the protections provided in LDAs, most notably land use restrictions such as affordable housing, elderly housing, community cultural uses, and open space that are prominent in these larger 12 plans. Next slide. For this modification, there are just 2 plan areas proposed to sunset and represent the only real change before you today. The recommendation to sunset by staff was based on the following factors or termination formula. The first thing we looked at in these 2 areas was the number of urban renewal related actions that had been taken since 2016, our last extension. We did this to determine if this was an active urban renewal area or not. The second thing we looked at the planning context of each neighborhood. We asked if we would need to use urban renewal tools in the near future for an upcoming project. or something that's in process at the time. Third, we investigated the regulatory controls in place. We asked how many LDAs and whether they enforce important things like income restricted housing, open space, elderly housing, community spaces. Lastly, we looked at the development status of each parcel that we own to see if there are any impending actions that need to take place regarding our own property. The two areas recommended today to sunset, School Franklin and Boylston, Essex, both downtown, were also recommended to sunset as far back as 2019 in our proposal to DHCD back then. Next slide. The first area recommended to sunset that we'll do a quick deep dive on is the Central Business District, Boylston, Essex. You might know it as the former Commonwealth Center site. It now occupies the CVS, the Boston Common Movie Theater, and a Ritz-Carlton. The LDA enforces currently existing commercial and open spaces used on that site, and our taking power was actually only used over a smaller portion of the building outlined at the bottom there for reasons to help facilitate the easements and the train tracks that were built below it. Next slide. In our review of this area, we found that we owned no parcels. We don't own any remaining parcels. We have one existing LDA, and this LDA only covers that really small portion of the building that is above the train tracks. We had taken only one action in the last 6 years, and it'll be second action today. And we had informed the community of our recommendation to sunset this with minimal feedback from the community, or minimal pushback, I should say, for that recommendation. Next slide. Next up, we got the second area. We are recommending to sunset what is known as Central Business District, School Franklin. Notable urban renewal projects in this area include the rehabilitation of Old City Hall, but you might also know it for things such as the Irish Famine Memorial, 33 Arch Street, which consists of TJ Maxx and Home Goods in the downtown square area, Shoppers Park open space, the old bank building, which is now currently a Walgreens. All of these LDAs predominantly enforce the current commercial and office space uses that are on site. Maintenance agreements and leases enforce the other two parcels that we continue to have ownership stakes in, as you know, the previously mentioned Old City Hall and the Irish Famine Memorial. Next slide. In this area, the BPDA owns two parcels, the previously stated ones. We have 2 LDA restrictions covering 4 assessing IDs. We've taken 2 actions in the last 6 years. This would be a third. And the community feedback, they did not necessarily express a strong preference to either sunset or renew this area. It has been in our evaluation that the goals and objectives of School Franklin have been successfully met. Next slide. And basically, there are 12 additional plans we are asking for an extension for today over the next year. We hope to meet with the Boston City Council and regularly update the board in regards to the review and any possible termination or extension of each plan by March 31st of 2023. Thank you, and I'll be happy to answer as many questions as I can.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board?
This could potentially be a rather complicated process, and I wouldn't expect you at this moment to answer all of these questions, but I'm curious about a couple of things. In the Essex parcel, how would our stepping back from continuing to have an active plan there affect what we're doing at the China Trade Building, which is right across the street?
I don't believe it would have any effect. China Trade is actually a Park Plaza urban renewal plan area. It's engulfed in that plan area, and that is one of the areas that the councilor felt strongly should stay active, at least for the next 11 months as we sort of investigate that question. So we still have our urban renewal tools and powers. We still have our ownership in the China Trade Building, which is directly across the street from Boylston, Essex. They almost abut, essentially, but they are in two separate areas.
When we sunset these plans, what tends to happen next in these neighborhoods? Do market forces just take over and the lifting of restrictions create a kind of market free-for-all?
I suppose it would depend on the size of the land and the certain restrictions that we are losing. I think in these two specific central business district areas, I mean, basically downtown commercial office space uses, underlining zoning still exists. I don't think you're losing too much. Now it gets more complicated as you get into larger areas, Roxbury, South End, Charlestown, Fenway, where you have really important restrictions like elderly housing, income restricted housing, open space that's important to people, community cultural uses on first floors that are important to people. And so over the next year, we're really gonna dig into those other areas that may have significant consequence to lose and make sure that we sit down with the mayor and sit down with each individual district city councilor to explain to them what exactly they may lose should urban renewal sunset in that particular area. But it has been our determination for quite some time that these two areas, downtown areas, mostly office spaces and stuff like that, you're not losing anything that would be like an affordable housing, or no one would be kicked out or anything like that for these, if you lost these two at this time.
You used the term dig into in terms of what the next process would be and made reference to meetings with the city councilors and the mayor. Would that digging in process also include some form of community activation, community meetings and the like? I mean, will residents and local businesses have an opportunity to weigh in on whether they want these kinds of restrictions and what the restrictions might be?
I would imagine we did have 20 community meetings over the last 2 years during COVID. I would imagine if any major determinations are made for these larger ones, especially these ones with affect people's day-to-day lives with a lot of residential housing, that I would be more than willing to, if a determination came, or if from the city council, from the mayor's office, or from us, that I would like to convey that to the residents prior to any sort of board action or DACD action, because I feel like they deserve the right to know what they are losing as well, potentially.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, just to kind of piggy off of that, I think, thank you for the presentation and for the slides and the framework on kind of how you evaluated each area. So I think that's, again, really important for us to be able to, find that consistent framework and then, evaluate each area in the same way. I would like to see, some additional, and I know, we only see a couple of the slides. There's a lot of work that you guys do behind the scenes, but to be clear on, what, if any, restrictions that, anything that we'd be losing, again, the pros and the cons type of setup, just, to be clear on to all parties, right? What the impacts of the sunsetting are, and so everybody kind of makes an informed decision, and then we are clear and transparent about our rationale for that. So I know that work is all there. We've definitely saw some of that come through in these presentations.
Yeah, we definitely have that work for the other 12. What we're working on right now is trying to make it consumable. It can be a little dense unless you're like living this every day. I have been for 3.5 years, but other people have for decades, right? And just trying to help people understand what is potentially lost can be difficult, but that's something we're trying to really simplify the data so that a city councilor or a resident can look at it and understand it a little bit better. For these two right here, they're the simplest ones. Very small amount of LDAs, downtown, office space areas. You know, the restriction of losing office space, it's downtown. You know, it would likely remain office space or commercial uses below because of the zoning. So I don't know, but for the larger areas, yes, absolutely. We will do everything we can to make sure everyone is aware of the risks should we lose any of those 12 areas next year.
Yeah, if I might just add a point, I think there's a tendency for folks in the public to look upon urban redevelopment and urban renewal as a vestige of some bad planning initiatives that go back to the 50s and 60s. But the fact of the matter is that there are cities and towns across the Commonwealth that are looking to this statute to create new ones now, precisely because they want the kinds of restrictions around open space or affordable housing or senior housing that they can't get in a purely market-driven economy. So the review that we're doing here could prove to be very beneficial to community residents who want to see certain types of outcomes in their communities that aren't driven entirely by the market. And I want to make sure that as you do this analysis, which I think is really extremely important, that community people have an opportunity to weigh in a way where they can express what they want to see for the vision of their communities moving forward using this as a tool.
Yeah, 100%. You know, we know the baggage that's often urban renewal is settled with, but when you go through some of what was created, it's a lot of income restricted housing, a lot of elderly housing, it's a lot of things that folks in the neighborhoods asked for throughout the 60s and 70s, and hopefully by showing folks those things that were created by this agency, maybe it may intrigue them to either keep these plans or to expand upon these plans in other ways or in other areas, much like other cities are doing currently. Thank you.
Great. Additional questions or comments on this topic? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Chris. Item number 19, request authorization to adopt a minor modification to the South End Urban Renewal Plan, project number Mass R-56, regarding the use of parcels X-30A, X-30A-1, X-30B, X-30C, and X-30D in the South End Urban Renewal Area, Mass project number R-129, and parcels X-35, X-35-1, and X-36 in the Campus High School Urban Renewal Area, Mass project R-129 with the addresses of 1130 Tremont Street, 175 to 177 Ruggles Street, 0 Tremont Street, 4 adjacent parcels known as 0 Melnia Cass Boulevard and 0 St. Francis de Sales Court, also known as the Crescent Parcel, and to enter into a development regulatory agreement with Drexel Village LLC to govern the entirety of the project site for the Drexel Village project and to take all related actions. Rebecca.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. The Crescent parcel located at the corner of Melnia Cass Boulevard and Tremont Street is an approximately 72,905 square foot site comprised of 8 parcels of vacant land, 2 owned by the BPDA, 3 owned by Mass DOT, and 3 owned by the City of Boston. In January 2021, after an extensive community process through the planned Nubian Square planning effort, the BPDA released a request for proposals for the redevelopment of the Crescent parcel. In April 2021, the BPDA received 3 proposals in response to the RFP, and following a robust public evaluation process, the BPDA board voted to designate Drexel Village LLC for the development of the Crescent parcel. Drexel Village LLC is an affiliate of the Planning Office of Urban Affairs and J. Garland Enterprises. They are proposing a 313,000 square foot development with 206 rental units and 11 homeownership units, with 31,000 square feet of community space for the social service agencies currently located on the Crescent parcel and parish space for the St. Catherine Drexel Church. The proposal site design exceeds the required amount of open space and includes a thoughtful and feasible plan for preserving the greatest number of trees possible on the parcel. We are requesting board approval to adopt a minor modification to the South End Urban Renewal Plan and the Campus High School Urban Renewal Plan regarding the use of the 8 parcels in the 2 urban renewal areas. The 2018 minor modifications to the 2 plans permits residential and/or commercial uses on the site. All 8 parcels will require a minor modification of both plans to allow institutional uses, community uses, and open space uses. Section 1201 of the plans provides that minor modifications may be made at any time by the VRA when such modifications do not substantially or materially alter or change the plan. It is the General Council's opinion that the proposed modifications are minor and meet this criteria. In this vote, we are also requesting that the director be authorized to execute and deliver a development regulatory agreement to govern the entirety of the project site for the Drexel Village project. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Rebecca. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Okay, so it is now 5:25. So our public hearing sessions will begin at 5:30. So what we're going to do now is just take a brief 5-minute recess and then resume at 5:30 with item number 25, our public hearing. Okay, we'll take a break. See you in 5 minutes. Thank you. portion of our agenda. So simultaneous Spanish interpretation is being provided for this meeting using the language interpretation function within Zoom. We ask that you be patient in case of any technical issues. Language interpretation will not be enabled until instructions on how to access interpretation have been interpreted into Spanish. Once interpretation has been enabled, the globe icon will appear. A reminder to all who are speaking today, we ask that everyone speak slowly for the interpreters. If you are speaking too quickly, I may interrupt you and ask you to speak slower. So thank you in advance. To enable interpretation for Spanish, please click on the globe icon on the bottom of your screen and select Spanish. You must also mute original audio. So Sophia, will you now interpret the instructions I gave into Spanish? Secretary Poljimus, do we have the Spanish interpreter?
I believe that they activated interpretation too early, and my guess is that she is in the Spanish interpretation channel already.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know if we have another interpreter who could help us, another Spanish interpreter.
Yo puedo interpretar en español, la interpretación simultánea en español será proveída.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we have Sophia. So if you could just please, now that we have you in the main session, interpret the instructions on how to enable the interpretation.
Please leave your name, your number, and a brief message, and I will return your phone call at my earliest convenience. Thank you, and have a great day. Bye-bye.
Barry, please deactivate the Spanish interpretation channel. Thank you. They cannot hear me.
Yeah, so we can hear you, Sophia. We can hear you. So I think we just need you
to interpret again. I'm so sorry about that.
No worries, no worries. If you can, so we
I can interpret the hearing one more time in the instructions.
Yes, instructions. Yeah.
Okay. Interpretación simultánea en español será proporcionada para esta reunión utilizando la función de interpretación del lenguaje encontrada en Zoom. Les pedimos a todos a que sean pacientes en caso de cualquier problema técnico. La interpretación del lenguaje no estará activada hasta que las instrucciones de cómo accesar la interpretación sean interpretadas en el español. Una vez la función de la interpretación esté activada, un icono en forma de globo aparecerá. Un recordatorio a todos, a los que están hablando el día de hoy, les pedimos a todos a que hablen despacio para los intérpretes. Si usted está hablando muy rápidamente, lo voy a interrumpir y le pediré que hable más despacio. Gracias. Para que el servicio de interpretación, la función del mismo, para tener acceso al mismo, por favor haga clic en el icono del globo en la parte inferior de su pantalla y seleccione Spanish. También debe apagar el audio original. Gracias.
Okay. Gracias, Sophia. So, Barry, would you now turn the interpretation on? And we'll just give folks a bit of time to join the interpretation channel. So you'll see the globe icon has now popped up at the bottom of your screen. So just click on that, select Spanish, and mute original audio to get into the Spanish channel. And if you are having any difficulty activating the interpretation, please take note and call the number on the screen. If you have any difficulties throughout the meeting, that is the number you should call. In addition, this project presentation has been translated into Spanish and is available on the BPDA website at bostonplan.org/about-
Madam Chair, can you hold for a second, please? I don't think the Spanish channel is working.
Okay.
Go ahead, Madam Chair, we're going to check it out.
Okay, great. So again, the project presentation has been translated into Spanish and is available on the BPDA website at bostonplans.org/about-us/BPDA-board/board-meetings. So please take note of the website address on the screen to enable the translated project presentation. Okay. So this is a public hearing for the development plan for Planned Development Area number 133, 355 Bennington Street project in East Boston, which was scheduled to be held on March 10th, 2022 at 5:30 p.m., which Ms. Carol Downs moved, and the board voted to table the proposed actions for further consideration. So at this time, I'd like to move to take from the table the proposed actions for consideration and to hold the public hearing. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. So we have now taken
Madam Chair, we need to take another pause.
another pause. Okay.
Barry, can you try and reset the interpretation again, please? Or is it okay?
Sofía. Sofía, yo te oigo muy bien.
Sophia, I think we're okay. Priscilla, let's continue.
Okay.
Okay, I'll be here just in case.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, so this is a public hearing before the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, being held in conformance with Article 80C of the Boston Zoning Code, to consider the development plan for Planned Development Area number 133, 355 Bennington Street project in East Boston. This hearing was duly advertised on March 30th, 2022 in the Boston Herald. This is a BPDA hearing on a proposed petition by the agency. Staff members will first present their case and are subject to questioning by members of the agency. Thereafter, anyone who wishes to testify about the proposed project will be afforded an opportunity. We are taking support and opposition at the same time.
Madam Chair, I have to interrupt you again.
Okay.
Just so you know what's happening, you can hear the Spanish interpretation, but you can also hear the original English. So it's very difficult to pay attention. So we're going to see if we can figure out what the problem is.
Okay.
Okay, I'm told that we are good. You can begin again. I'm sorry. Hopefully it's the last interruption.
No worries.
Madam Chair.
Okay. Should I start from the beginning of that section?
I think that's a good idea. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so this is a public hearing before the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, being held in conformance with Article 80C of the Boston Zoning Code, to consider the development plan for Planned Development Area number 133, 355 Bennington Street project in East Boston. This hearing was duly advertised on March 30th, 2022 in the Boston Herald. This is a BPDA hearing on a proposed petition by the agency. Staff members will first present their case and are subject to questioning by members of the agency. Thereafter, anyone who wishes to testify about the proposed project will be afforded an opportunity. We are taking support and opposition at the same time. If you are planning to testify, please take time now to verify that your computer microphone is active. Click on the hand icon on your Zoom control panel, and this will signal to the staff that you would like to speak. When your hand is raised, it will be blue. If you are calling into the meeting and would like to testify, please dial *9 to raise your hand. When I call for all testimony, staff will announce your name and allow you to speak. You must unmute your microphone and your webcam will not be active. In an effort to accommodate all who would like to speak about this proposal, each person will be given up to 2 minutes to comment. BPDA staff will indicate when 30 seconds remain. At that time, please conclude your remarks so that the hearing may continue and others may be heard. At the conclusion of all oral testimony, any emailed testimony will be read aloud. Finally, the proponents are allowed a period of 5 to 10 minutes for rebuttal if they so desire. Ms. Caitlin Coppinger will now begin the presentation. Caitlin.
Good evening, and thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Director Golden. My name is Caitlin Coppinger. I'm a project manager in development review, and thank you for your time today. The project I bring before you today is 355 Bennington Street in East Boston. The proposed project consists of the demolition of the existing structures occupying the project site and the construction of an up to a 6-story mixed-use development that will include approximately 162,296 feet of gross floor area with 81 parking spaces, 170 bike parking spaces, 5,800 square feet of open space and ground floor retail. The project will include 170 units, and the proponent has committed to 24 inclusionary development policy units. The project team has worked in close collaboration with the BPDA Plan East Boston team to integrate the project into the community's vision for reimagining the square. I'm happy to turn it over to Angel Guzman from the planning team to discuss this further in detail.
Thank you, Caitlin. Good evening, and thank you, Chair Rojas, Secretary Polimas, and members of the board. My name is Angel Guzman, and I am a neighborhood planner covering East Boston. If we could please go to the next slide and to the next one. Thank you. The proposal is located in what Plan East Boston refers to as a neighborhood square. The planning team delivered draft recommendations for all squares and corridors in May of last year. In addition to transformational public realm improvements, the plan envisioned active ground floor uses supported by added height and density in all squares, particularly on sites close to transit service. The proposed project is in the heart of Day Square, within a quarter mile of Wood Island Station. Next slide. Day Square is the geographic center of the neighborhood and is a gateway into East Boston from Chelsea. Historically, Day Square's role as a neighborhood center was sacrificed to the regional needs of railroads, highways, and energy infrastructure. Today, street space is devoted to surface parking with no centralized public space, few public realm amenities, limited lighting, and poor maintenance. Additionally, Day Square's limited tree canopy contributes to an extreme heat island effect. The area is served by 3 local bus routes, which experience significant delay and unreliability resulting from the duration and frequency of Chelsea Street Bridge lifts. Furthermore, the SL3 passes by Day Square without stopping. This proposal makes significant contributions towards the realization of the plan's recommendations to bring the Silver Line to Day Square and make buses more reliable with a dedicated transitway, to create new public space in the heart of Day Square, connected to the Mary Ellen Welch Greenway, and to simplify intersections by consolidating those that are redundant and reducing the size of those that remain. Next slide. This proposal is aligned with Plan East Boston's vision for Day Square, delivering active ground floor uses, expanded public realm, and enabling critical connections to the Mary Ellen Welch Greenway and the proposed SL3 transitway. I will now turn the presentation over to the proponent team to present the project in more detail. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Angel and Caitlin. Good evening, everyone, board members. We're happy to be back tonight. As Angel mentioned, my name is Liz Bejo. I'm with Reggae, the developer, and I'm going to briefly talk about our proposal for 355 Bennington Street in East Boston. Can we go back one slide? I think another one. One more, sorry. There you go. As an overview, this proposal includes the creation of 170 residential units for rent. We also estimate that this development would generate somewhere between 300 to 400 construction jobs and about 15 to 45 permanent jobs, and that's through on-site property management and the new retail space. And importantly also, as Angel mentioned, this proposal reflects a significant amount of coordination with Plan East Boston, including that we're proposing to construct on private property a new transitway for the future Silver Line to come into Day Square as envisioned by Plan East. And the transportation equity benefits associated with enabling this work could be very impactful in this community. We're proposing a new pedestrian and bike connection from the Mary Ellen Welch Greenway to Day Square. We're also proposing a new streetscape and a dedicated bike lane along Bennington and Bremen Streets. And we're committing to a blue bike sponsorship and providing 204 total bike spaces for residents and visitors for the public. And lastly, this building would target LEED Gold standard, and it proposes all electric residential units, and it's designed to be resilient to projected sea level rise. Next slide. This slide is summarizing our outreach to date, listing most of the meetings that we've had since January 2020. We've had extensive meetings with the city, with Massport, community members, elected officials, abutters. We've maintained close conversations with Excel Academy and Javalis across the street. We also met with 3 neighborhood associations, 2 of them, Harborview and Maverick Central, we met with for informational purposes because we were close to their jurisdiction. And we met with the Eagle Hill Civic Association, from which we received a support vote in November. And overall, we've received a significant amount of positive support letters and support comments to date. Next slide. This is a site aerial for context. You can see the 355 Bennington site colored in yellow. It's really at the heart of Day Square. It's right next to Excel Academy, and it fronts Bennington and Bremen Streets. The bypass road runs along the east, and you can also probably see the Wood Island MBTA station label near the top right of the aerial. And that station's about a 4-minute walk from this site. Next slide. These are a few photos to convey the existing conditions of the site. It's currently being used as a construction staging area as well as for temporary parking uses. And you can really see in the 2 photos in the right that the walk along the site on Bennington and Bremen Street, it's just not very conducive for pedestrians. It has torn sidewalks. And the portion along Bremen Street, which you can see in the top right photo, it actually doesn't have a sidewalk. And these conditions are really a function of the uses that are currently on the site. Next slide. So this is our proposed plan. For reference, the dark dashed line is the site's property line. And you'll see this plan locates the active uses, which are the retail and the residential lobby and amenities, towards Bennington and Bremen Streets to help activate the street level. And you can see we're proposing a pocket park at the corner of Bennington and Neptune Road towards the right of the image. We're proposing new streetscapes extending beyond the property line along Bennington and Bremen Streets. And this includes new sidewalks, street trees, lighting, outdoor seating areas, and the dedicated bike path that I mentioned earlier. And I want to add that this proposal, as Angel mentioned, it aligns with the current recommendations from Plan East for improvements in this specific area. But the Plan East initiative is really targeting a broader comprehensive plan, and they're continuing to study Day Square. And we understand that they would be proposing further improvements beyond the extent of what's being shown here. But our proposal represents what could be the first step of implementation of that plan. I also want to note, as part of the new streetscapes, we're proposing a raised crosswalk from Excel Academy, which is noted there on the top left, because we understand that this is a highly used walking path by students as well. Also, the building would have a partial below-grade parking garage for residents, which would be accessed through the road between Excel Academy and this site to avoid entering and exiting off of Bennington or Bremen Streets. And lastly, between Excel Academy and this site is where we're proposing two important things. One is the new connection from Day Square to the Mary Ellen Welch Greenway. And the second is the transit way for the future Silver Line to head into Day Square as envisioned by Plan East. So where you see the thick green line with the arrows, that's where we're proposing a 10-foot wide path for pedestrians and cyclists, followed by a 5-foot wide planting island buffer. And to the right of that is a 24-foot wide roadway, which is the transit way. And it would be designed to MBTA standards to allow the Silver Line in the future to come through there and into Day Square. Next slide, please. So this is an overview of the program we're proposing. As I mentioned, it includes 170 new residential rental units ranging from 1 to 3 bedroom units. And through the public comments, we heard a need for larger and affordable units to help enable families to be able to stay in East Boston. And in response, we adjusted the unit mix to increase the total 2 and 3 bedroom units, which at the time resulted in an overall unit count reduction. And we increased the affordability percentage, designating now 15% of the overall net square feet as affordable, which is about 14% of total units. And of those, we're allocating a disproportionate amount of the affordable square footage towards the larger units. And you can see that in the percentage breakdown of IDP units. It shows a higher affordability percentage on the 2 and 3 bedroom units. We're also proposing a 0.48 vehicle parking ratio per unit for residents, 170 bike parking spaces for residents, and 34 public bike parking spaces along Bennington Street. Next slide. So the next few slides are rendered perspectives. This is a view standing on Bremen Street next to Excel Academy. You can see Excel on the right there, and you can start to see the widened and overall improved pedestrian-friendly sidewalks, and especially compared to what's there today. Next slide. This view is from Bennington Street. You can see the proposed pocket park on the left, as well as the dedicated bike lane. Next slide. This is a view from Route 1A. Next slide. And lastly, this is a view from Day Square. Jebeli's is to the left. And in this slide, you can really see the potential to activate and start to transform the ground level. And you can get a glimpse of the connector to the Greenway on the right there. And that is our presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Lisbeth. All right, so since this is a public hearing, we'll hold on board comments and questions until after the public hearing. So let's take Secretary Colhemus. Do we have anybody who would like to testify?
Juan Ramos, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, my name is Juan Ramos. Thank you for rescheduling this presentation. I had testified last month, but luckily I was able to attend again tonight. But just in case, I will submit my comments via email as well in case there's any more issues. So again, my name is Juan Ramos, and I'm an East Boston homeowner living within a 10-minute walk from this proposal. And I enthusiastically support this project. We are in desperate need of more housing, especially that which is affordable, transit-oriented, and accessible to families. This part of the neighborhood is unsafe and an eyesore, and this new project will help make this area more pedestrian and bike-friendly. I like the added green space and trees and dedicated bike lanes. And I hope this new project will make it safer to walk to the Wood Island Station and the new Silver Line stop. This is a top priority for East residents such as myself who get around solely by walking and public transportation. Thank you.
Thank you, Juan. Matilda, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, good evening. My name is Matilda Herrera. I am a resident of East Boston within the Eagle Hill area. I am here to testify in opposition to the project. I like the idea of the green space, the proposal for the renovations or changes to the sidewalk for the pedestrians, especially for the Excel Charter students. However, I cannot imagine 170 more units being placed within the area. East Boston is extremely congested as is, as I'm sure we all know, projects throughout the area lead in complete opposition to this proposal.
Thank you. Gary Walker, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, Director Golden, Gary Walker, electricians and technicians, Local 103. I'd like to speak in front of support and to also thank Redgate for their continued support of our members. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. David Lank, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Again, I did speak and submitted a letter the last time, but just to get back on the record, wanted to speak in full enthusiastic support of the project. I think the green space and landscape is fantastic. The bike lane will further support kind of bicycle infrastructure throughout the city. I am a stakeholder in the neighborhood, own several buildings along Bremen Street, as well as Base by Business out of East Boston, and we'll be moving to East Boston shortly. So I'm always looking for things that will better the neighborhood. This particular site is really dangerous and an eyesore, and I think will be quite an impetus for some economic development in the Day Square area. The retail component is fantastic. The increased affordable component and family-sized units. I mean, I can't speak in more enthusiastic support of Redgate and the proposed project. So thank you all for your thoughtful presentation, and thanks.
Thank you, David. Minor, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Golden, Minor Perez, representing hundreds of union carpenters that live and work throughout the city of Boston. At this moment, I want to go in strong support of this project. We're absolutely in favor. And I would be remiss if I don't take a moment to thank Brian Golden, congratulate him on the new chapter in his life. Brian, you're a really good man, and we really appreciate all your hard work for our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Minor. Bob D'Amico, you can unmute yourself. Bob D'Amico, you can unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay, Bob D'Amico, Boston Transportation Department. The applicant has been very wonderful and cooperative in making some adjustments that I requested. And the traffic and parking plan is excellent, and I want to go on the record in support of it.
Thank you, Bob. Charles Livingstone, I had to promote you to be a panelist in order for you to speak. Can you unmute yourself?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, I'm a lifelong resident of East Boston. I presently live about 2 blocks from this proposed development. I'm in strong favor of this development. As you heard previously, it's not only accommodating the MBTA, it's accommodating the people in this area. It will be accommodating people looking for affordable housing. I actually worked in this building 40 years ago when it hasn't changed. It's been nothing but a nice tour. The neighborhood should be grateful that a developer is coming along to put up such a beautiful building to accommodate not only the people but the businesses in the area. There are a number of businesses just across the street that are going to be profiting by this development, as well as the city of Boston, because it appears that they're going to be having a huge increase in the tax revenue. So I think this is a win for everyone. This is an excellent project, and it's a beautiful building. Thank you very much for hearing me.
Thank you. Andrew Zimmerman, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, and thanks to the BPDA board for hearing my testimony. I did email back in March. I live in the Harborview neighborhood, not very far from this site. I want to express my support for this project, and there are a few reasons for doing so. One, the use is the right use, dense multifamily housing with affordability close to transit. I don't think I need to go further on that. It's just good, sensible development. Number two, there's no displacement. We need to get rid of that building. It does not belong in a square. The square can't take its next steps until we get rid of unsightly sites like that. Third is the connection from the Welch Greenway. I would access the site coming from the northeast to have an alternate to crossing, I think it's Neptune and Bennington, which is flat out dangerous, is very welcome. So, and it connects directly to the transit stations. Those are three reasons. I could go on, but I really like this project and hope you do as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. The only other hand we have up is Matilda, and she has already testified. So is there anyone else who would like to testify for this project, either in support or opposition? Anybody else like to testify in support or opposition? Madam Chair, I believe this concludes the public hearing portion of this meeting.
Okay, thank you. And Caitlin, do we have any email testimony that needs to be read in?
I do have a number of email testimonies to read into the record. The first one is from City Councilor at Large, Erin Murphy. She says, "Dear Brian Golden, I'm writing today in support of the proposed development project at 355 Bennington Street in East Boston. Thank you, Redgate Real Estate, for reaching back out to the community for more engagement and providing clarifications to the abutters. The community and I appreciate the willingness to engage further and take the adequate time for extensive outreach. I am pleased to support the proposed development project at 355 Bennington Street, East Boston, and look forward to seeing it through the next steps." The next letter is from a Mr. Chris Reed at Excel Academy. "Hi, I'm Chris Reed, and I work at Excel Academy on the facilities team, and we're the direct neighbor at 401 Bremen Street. Excel Academy supports the plans for 355 Bennington Street. We think that realistically, the property at 355 Bennington will be developed by someone in the coming years, and with that in mind, we much prefer to have a responsible, communicative, and responsive party leading the development next door to our campus. It's important to us that the developer of the site work with us to ensure student safety and limit any disruption to school operations. Over the past couple of years, Redgate has kept Excel Academy well informed and consistently shared updates of their plans. They address our concerns and have taken our input into early planning for construction management and community benefits proposals. We've become convinced that they are responsible and genuine in their desire to work with Excel Academy throughout construction and occupancy of their proposed building. Lastly, the improvements to the sidewalk along Bennington and improved crossings will be a positive for student and staff safety in commuting to school, not to mention a positive overall appearance for the neighborhood. Thank you for hearing from Excel." The next letter I have is from Wayne Giavelli, who's an Impact Advisory Group member. "Dear Madam Secretary and board members, thank you for hosting the final public forum regarding the 355 Bennington project. Regretfully, I'll be on a flight when you convene for tonight's session. I respectfully ask that my comments be read into the public record for this evening. On behalf of Giavelli's Restaurant and the Giavelli family, we strongly support the 355 Bennington project, and we have a complete confidence in Redgate's ability to execute a world-class building. I'd like to make a few comments. Our family has owned and operated Giavelli's Restaurant in its current location in Day Square for over 98 years. My great-grandfather established Giavelli's in 1924 during Prohibition, and our first customers often arrived by horse-drawn carriage, a Ford Model T, or the train that went straight through Day Square in those days. Generations of my family have grown up and gone to school, owned real estate, and thrived in East Boston ever since. And over these many years, our business has served a president of the United States, many politicians and celebrities, and most important, family gatherings and life milestones with our family staff after a year. Our family's commitment to Day Square in East Boston continues today, and we want only the best for East Boston, in particular for Day Square. Our business and real estate we own is directly across the street from the proposed 355 Bennington project, and our customers, staff and residents have looked at that site for several decades. Arguably, no other business or residents in Day Square will be affected more by the 355 Bennington project than our family, business, and tenants. With that said, the Giavelli family gives our complete and unserved support for this project. Why do we support it so much? The current site condition is an eyesore for our neighborhood, for many visitors in today's square. And I'll move on to the next one since I know time is running out. The next email is from a Mr. Edward DeVoe. Prior obligations have prevented me from virtually joining the BPDA's meeting, so please accept this email as my formal support for the development project at 355 Bennington. This project will enhance the area leading into Day Square, which is a prominent shopping and commercial district in East Boston that is in desperate need of enhancement and redevelopment. As a lifelong East Boston resident and former member of the Boston Zoning Board of Appeal, I believe that this development is an appropriate use for the site, which is currently abandoned, blighted, and had previously been used as an airport-related use. It's important that current and former airport-related uses are relegated to Massport's property and out of the neighborhood street as best as possible. Furthermore, I believe this project will assist in the current administration's goal of adding more affordable housing to East Boston's residents. I support this project without reservation. The next letter I have is from a Mr. Leonard Godino. He said this project would be a win for East Boston. That particular area is in need of vital renovation. The project would buffer the traffic from Route 1 and make the neighborhood less noisy. It would also bring more opportunity for affordable housing. The next letter I have is from Martha Luongo. Good evening. I live within a few blocks of the proposed project on 355 Bennington Street in East Boston. I'd like to give my approval of this project because I feel East Boston needs more affordable housing. Boston is one of the most expensive housing markets in the country. Also, the development would bring new retail opportunities to the area. I have another email from a Miss Donna Flynn. Good evening, my name is Donna Flynn. I live in East Boston, not far from the 355 Bennington Street project. I support this project because the development will replace abandoned property with housing and new retail that will liven up the square and provide new patrons for area businesses. I have another email from a Mr. Raleigh Flynn Jr. Good evening, my name is Raleigh Flynn Jr. and I live in East Boston, not far from 355 Bennington Street. I support this project because the development will replace abandoned property with housing and new retail that will liven up the square and provide new patrons for area businesses. And then lastly, I have an email from Jose Bertilio. Hello, my name is Jose Bertilio. I'm a resident of East Boston and I am in complete agreement with the building. I think it will benefit the community and it will make it safer to walk on the sidewalks. I also think the transportation plan is excellent. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all I have to read into the record.
Okay, thank you. And so now we can move on to board questioning. So do we have any questions or comments from the board?
Madam Chair, I don't have a question, more of a comment and compliment in Redgate on working with the community for one, the design. And this is 2 in a row. In my neighborhood of South Boston is Brian's. They're doing the L Street powerhouse job, and they worked with the community there. The design is, in my opinion, beautiful. So compliment them on both. Thank you.
And I just want to echo what Director Monahan has said, that this is a very sensitive and empathetic developer. And what we're looking at in this rendering is so vastly superior to what's there at this moment that it just seems to me it's almost a no-brainer that this is the kind of work that we want to see go on in our communities.
And I just have a few observations. I think it's a great improvement to an important East Boston square, and it adds a significant number of affordable units, which we badly need. And I appreciate Redgate working with their neighbors. It's nice to hear all the positive comments and the enthusiasm around this project. So thank you.
Any additional questions or comments? All right, I'd just like to say that this was, again, a great presentation. Echo my fellow board members on their comments on the, the quality and the upgrade that this area is going to be getting through this project. And also, thank you for demonstrating for us through this project the collaboration between our planning and development teams to be able to connect the work that we do in planning to the individual projects that we that are presented. So that really helps to just again have this be a no-brainer for us, but answer those important questions of does this project make sense for this area? Can we handle it from an infrastructure or transportation perspective? And just the whole presentation at the beginning, helped to kind of tie that all together for us. So thank you, Angel and Caitlin, for coordinating that. Okay. So if there are no other comments or questions, motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsberg?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Congratulations and good luck.
Thank you very much.
Okay, moving back in the agenda to item number 20. Request authorization to issue a certification of approval in accordance with Article 80E Small Project Review of the Zoning Code for the notice of project change, increasing the affordable units from 5 IDP units to 17 restricted affordable units at 500 Talbot Avenue, and to take all related actions. Nick.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Golden, and Secretary Belhimus. We are here before you this evening to present the second notice of project change for the previously approved project at 500 Talbot Ave in Dorchester. As you may remember, this project was previously approved by this board in November of 2018 as a 40-unit building with 5 IDP units. The second notice of project change, which was approved in March 2021, added an additional 2 units and 2 commercial units on the ground floor. The current notice of project change before you this evening, which was filed on March 16th, 2022, seeks to increase the amount of affordable units in the project from 5 to 17 through the use of permanent mortgage financing through the Mass Housing Financing Agency to replace the construction loan upon completion and stabilization of the building. As part of the financing with MHFA, the project will dramatically increase the affordable housing in the project. The MPC seeks to eliminate the currently required IDP units to be replaced with the increased number of MHFA affordable units. No other changes are proposed. Thank you for the consideration on this change. Michelle McCarthy and John Polgini, the attorney for the project, are also available for any questions, but there is no presentation associated with this.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board? Okay. More affordable housing, that's a good thing. All right, hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsberg?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Nick. Item number 21, request authorization to issue a certification of approval in accordance with Article 80E Small Project Review of the Zoning Code for the construction of a mixed-use life sciences building with biosafety levels 1 and 2 only, including office space, research development uses, and including active ground floor space located at 202 West 1st Street, and to take all related actions. Stephen.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Director Golden. My name is Stephen Harvey, and I'm a project manager at the BPDA, and I want to thank you for your time today. The project I bring before you today is 202 West 1st Street, located in South Boston. On September 10th, 2021, the Boston Planning and Development Agency received a small project review application from the proponent. The proponent is proposing to raise a vacant single-story industrial building and construct a 4-story, 42,000 square foot mixed-use life science and office building. If approved, the proponent will contribute $250,000 to fund street improvements in the immediate vicinity of the project, as well as $13,918 to the city's bike share system. The proponent will also make a contribution of $20,000 to Friends of Buckley Park and Playground, and $10,000 contribution to the new West 2nd Street Park and Community Gardens. I held 3 virtual public meetings for the project. The most recent meeting was on April 6, 2002. The meetings were well attended and the discussions brought about the project you see today. All the virtual public meetings were advertised in the local paper and via email. The comment period for this project ended on December 10, 2021. Before I turn it over to my BPDA colleague, Mark McGonigal, I'm very proud to announce that Council President Ed Flynn has written a letter of support for the project. The project team and I are very thankful for his support. Now, I would like to pass it over to Mark McGonigal, the BPDA Community Affairs Liaison from South Boston. After Mark touches on the planning context, Joseph Hanley, the project attorney, and Eric Robinson, the project architect, will present the project proposal. Once their presentation is complete, we'll answer any questions put forward by the board. Thank you again for your time today.
Thank you, Stephen. Next slide, thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Golden. I'll give me a quick minute to echo the sentiment of many of my colleagues before me and just say, I want to say thank you to Director Golden for his leadership during my entire time here at the BPDA and for your friendship. Much appreciated and best of luck in your new endeavors. 202 West 1st Street, to quickly go over the planning context. Of course, while staff reviewed this, we looked at citywide plans, neighborhood context, the current zoning code, as well as community feedback. A little more detail on that. This is a transitional area in South Boston with mostly residential, existing residential to its west, and the Boston Convention and Exhibition Center to its east. It is in close proximity to the Broadway T station. We also considered other projects that are either currently in our pipeline, which there are a few in close proximity, as well as other recent land sales and expectations on future projects that are likely to come before us in this area. This is also currently a local industrial zoning area, so R&D, research and development, is a compatible use. And lastly, as Stephen mentioned, we had several community meetings, and I want to echo Stephen's sentiments and say, due to the feedback from the community and the responses by the proponent, that last meeting that Stephen referenced on the 6th, there was substantial support for this project. So unless there are any questions for me on the planning context, now turn it over to the zoning attorney for the project, Mr. Joe Hanley.
Thank you, Mark, and thank you, Stephen. Good evening, Madam Chair, Secretary Polhemus, Director Golden, members of the board. It's a pleasure to be with you this evening. I am Attorney Joe Hanley. I have the honor of representing the local development team who is with me, Jason Wiseman and Larry Grossman. Jason is also a resident of South Boston, and so we're very excited to be here to bring this community-based development forward. Also with me is Eric Robinson, who is project architect. I want to just beg your patience for 1 second to also echo my appreciation for Director Golden. As a practitioner, I've had the opportunity to work with him over the 12 years that he's been with the BPDA, and I value his guidance and friendship and wish him luck in his new endeavors as well. I also want to thank Stephen Harvey and Mark McGonigal for helping to guide us through this process. This is a small boutique office research and development project. It's not large, but it's really the first of its kind in the lower end of South Boston. It's had a lot of discussions about where maybe this type of use is appropriate. And we think we found the right location. And I also want to thank the community, Councillor Flynn for his support. But we spent also, in addition to the public meetings, we spent time with a subcommittee of the St. Vincent Lower End Neighborhood Association. And Stephen went through some of the mitigation and other investments that we're making. Those are very deliberate to address the needs for a better connectivity, safer sidewalks, safer intersections, and to invest in the growing park and open space in this section of the lower end, including Buckley Playground, which needs a lot of help, and we're excited to be part of that. And also the West 2nd Street Park, which is brand new, but will need some maintenance to continue to be successful. And finally, you'll see that we're making an infrastructure investment to the crosswalks and sidewalks along West 3rd and B Street, which leads to Flaherty Park and isn't the safest condition right now. So this is a very specific, tailored approach as a result of a lot of leadership in the lower end of South Boston who has, dealt with what is a mix of industrial and residential next to each other. For the site itself, as Mark indicated, and I'll ask Eric to go through the presentation after this, but if you could go to the next slide, I want to just take you through the context. In the pink hash, you'll see our building. That is the intersection of B and West First Street. And so we are on the north side of First Street, which has always been industrial. There are no residential uses whatsoever on this section of First Street on the north side. And the zoning reflects that. We are in a local industrial, which, as Mark said, allows life sciences and research uses. There has been really little to no development on this side of First Street in the past decade. And so we're very excited to bring an opportunity to revitalize a distressed site and to provide better, residential conditions for the people in the St. Vincent neighborhood, which represent the south side of First Street. Next slide, please. So just to give you some context of what I'm talking about, on the upper right is the existing site. An existing building was once AmRamp's distribution warehousing facility in the blue building there. You can see that the sidewalks and the conditions there are reflective of, old industrial. This being a maker section, we're looking to introduce a new employment base at a boutique building that will invest in not just our site, but to make better connections for the residents of the neighborhoods who do have a true live-work connection. The last thing I'll note is on the left side, photo on the bottom left, that's the view looking up B Street, meaning looking up towards the residential in the St. Vincent neighborhood. And so those are the folks that are really the giants whose shoulders we were able to stand on and work with to come up with, we think, a reasonably scaled, responsible development that can be a positive precedent for this new type of economic growth and jobs in South Boston. So with that, I'd like to hand it over to Eric Robinson to take you through the plans. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Not a lot to live up to, as you can hear. It's been a great process with the community. We really see this project as a transformational project for this area, trying to set forth a precedent of good development and really starting with the public realm. And as Joe mentioned, the public realm as it currently sits today is really kind of inhospitable and hard to maneuver and manage. So we really looked at a way to create a project that can be a good civic and citizen to this area. Next slide, please. So it really did start with the site planning and the streetscape. So as just to orient C Street to the bottom, West First to the left-hand side, the first move was really to pull the building back and create walkable and real sidewalks that can be enhanced with some urban qualities that we all appreciate in terms of landscaping and also areas of respite. So we are increasing the current approximately 7-foot sidewalks to north of 12 and 15 on West First Street. We're also closing a series of curb cuts and creating a single vehicular and loading access point off of C Street, which you can see to the right-hand side. The ground floor will be activated with some tenant spaces that will enhance the quality and sort of atmosphere on West First and C Street. And then we're also introducing a robust bike program for the tenants of the building as well. All the parking will be inward to the building, so it will not be visible from the outside. So we're very excited about being able to take care of the business of the building, but not taking away from the urban context that we've worked so hard, not with the development team as well, with the community. So we're very excited about the way the building, even though it's not very big, in some ways, we think it's making a big statement for how future development can really enhance the quality of this area. Next slide, please. So what we're basically looking at is a 4-story building that will be transitional as well in its architecture. So toward the West First side and up toward Broadway is really the finer grain of the South Boston residential neighborhood. So we brought in a lower base of brick quality material to sort of connect it to the residential side of this area. And then for the top part where we're transitioning a little bit more to the larger buildings of the Convention Center and D Street and Cypress Street, wanted to have a little bit more of an industrial feel and feel related to the architecture. Next slide. Just a quick section of what we're proposing. So a lot of the discussion has been around the mechanicals associated with this type of building in this edge condition. So we are totally screening that, all the required mechanical space, and really creating an architectural statement that is consistent with the building. Next slide, please. Here's just a series of renderings that envision how we see this building landing on the street and then really enhancing the quality of that sidewalk space in the urban context. Next slide. Nighttime is always a big discussion. We want this to really feel like a lantern and a future and safe community here, as we've heard a little bit about in some of the other projects, which is something that has been at the forefront of our discussions with the community. Light pollution and other things are large concerns, and we're working with the community on making sure that we take care of the business of the operations as well. So that's something we're looking forward to continuing the discussions with the community. Next slide. And then just the final slide of the sort of that moment on First Street where we're pulling the building back even more to create a really welcoming sidewalk and streetscape in this area. With that, that's the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. That concludes our presentation.
Thank you. So questions or comments from the board?
Madam Chair, I have a question, Joe. It's a great project. I love it. I live right exactly one street over, right exactly there.
Yes, sir.
Well, that's right, Joe. You know that. Is there a tenant yet? Or on spec?
No, yeah, so it's spec, and that's one of the things, if you look at the board memo, we worked on a lot of conditions that we'd agreed to with the community through the BPDA process to make sure that who we bring in is, adhering to those standards as well. And Mr. Wiseman, who's in real estate, lives at 14 West Broadway. Yeah. We intend to be hands-on throughout. One of the things we're limiting the use of, or the level of research to no more than level 2, biosafety level 2, and that's something that was part of that discussion. We're also implementing things like window shades in the evening so that you don't have light impacts, noise attenuation measures, and items like that we think are helpful to mitigate impacts.
So it won't be empty long. Well, there'll be somebody based on the demand for labs right now. But Ted and I have talked about this before, and
yeah,
I hope there's something that can be done actually citywide. There's an opportunity here. I don't actually know anybody that works in labs, right? Yep. Growing up, never did. It really wasn't as big of an industry it is today. So a lot of kids, they don't really look at that industry. It's grown leaps and bounds, and they just don't know anybody in that industry. Yep. There's an opportunity with South Boston Academy, South Boston High School,
yep.
To tap into that and offer some experience there, just to show them that this is something you can do. I don't know how you formally do it, but there's an opportunity across the board for this.
And I want to thank you for mentioning that, Mr. Monahan. I know you know this neighborhood well, but you hit the nail on the head, and this is something that we discussed with the neighbors as well. I look at Gillette, right? In South Boston, Gillette was a staple of employment and created a lot of wealth and opportunity, not just, all the way up to the top for sons and daughters of South Boston. Why can't we do that with Lab? So we're small. Mr. Wiseman's going to continue to be an owner here. And so we have engaged, because we're in the lower end, we've engaged with we've looked at St. Peter Academy. They have an annual STEM fair. Is there a way we can participate there? You mentioned South Boston Catholic. That too is an organization we're going to be participating with. And really just to continue the discussion. There are other things that are going on in the neighborhood at the Condon Community Center and the Labouré where they're doing math and science. And we just got to be more creative and try harder. And it's our intent that you look back and you say, well, this was the incubator that showed that, you know, kids from the neighborhood can get pathways to success in this new career.
This really is the new Boston Edison, Boston Gas, New England Telephone Company.
Right.
I mean, you know, all those jobs, unfortunately, they're just not there anymore for people. But this is an industry that generation can tap into. They just don't know about it.
Yep.
Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Aye. Thank you.
Item number 22, request authorization to issue a certification of approval in accordance with Article 80E Small Project Review of the Zoning Code for the construction of 38 condominium units, including 8 IDP units, 25 below grade parking spaces, and 40 bicycle spaces located at 14 Gardner Street, and to take all related actions. Stephen. Oh, Stephen, you're on mute. It's always got to be one person a meeting.
My bad. Good afternoon, and thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Director Golden. My name is Stephen Harvey, and I'm project manager at the BPDA, and I want to thank you for your time today. The project I bring before you today is 16 Gardner Street, located in Allston. On November 24th, 2020, the Boston Planning and Development Agency received a small project review application from the proponent. The proponent is proposing to raise 2 residential structures and construct a new 38-unit residential structure with 25 below grade parking spaces and 40 bicycle parking spaces. If approved, the new structure would create 38 condominium units, 8 of those condominium units being affordable units. Along with the 8 affordable condominium units, the proponent will also contribute $25,000 to fund street improvements in the immediate vicinity of the project site and $10,450 to the city's bike share system. Furthermore, in support of Boston's green building and carbon neutral goals, the proponent will design the building to meet LEED goal performance levels. I held a virtual public meeting for the project on February 17, 2021. The meeting was well attended and the discussion led to the dynamic proposal presented today. The virtual public meeting was advertised in local paper and via email. The comment period for the project ended on March 4th, 2021. With that said, I would like to pass it over to Jared Stanley, the BPDA planner for Allston Brighton in the project. After Jared touches on the planning context, Jeff Jago, the project attorney, and Travis Blake, the project architect, will present the project proposal. Once the presentation is complete, we will answer any questions put forward by the board. And thank you once again.
Thank you, Stephen. Good evening, and thank you, Chair Roadhouse, Secretary Bolhemus, and members of the board. As Stephen said, my name is Jared Staley, and I'm the neighborhood planner covering Allston Brighton. The proposed project is not located within the boundaries of a recent planning initiative. Instead, Planning Division staff, myself, and others considered the neighborhood context, adopted citywide plans, including Imagine Boston 2030 and Go Boston 2030, the zoning code, and public feedback to review the project. The project is within a 3F 4,000 subdistrict of the Allston Brighton Neighborhood Zoning District. The project is also near the Harvard Avenue and Packard's Corner T stations. While the project will need relief from the Zoning Board of Appeals, it is consistent with the size and scale of the adjacent property and other projects in this area of Allston. I will now turn it over to the project team.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board.
Director Golden, Secretary Polimis, just to Jeff Drago with Drago and Toscano with the business address of 11 Beacon Street, just to echo the sentiments of Director Golden. It has been an honor and a pleasure to work as a developer's attorney through the years with Director Golden under his tutelage, and I wish him all the best. I'm here today on behalf of Nora LLC, the proponent, and I also have Travis Blake to answer any questions from Sousa Design, who are the architects on the project. The project that you see before you and was mentioned is a proposal to raise two dated structures, one building behind another, and to erect a 4-story residential condominium building with 38 units and 25 parking spaces. Through this lengthy community process and working with both the Brighton-Alston Improvement Association, the ACA, Councilor Braden's office, as well as the BPDA, the project that you see before you has an affordability and IDP at 21%. So that's 8 of the units of this project would be affordable. We also, at its inception, this was going to be a rental project. We changed to condo home ownership. We also have a number of amenity spaces inside the building, an increased parking ratio, and we're also at, as was mentioned, a LEED Gold standard. We also have a number of landscape design and plans that we'll show you right now. The existing layout of the 2 buildings is primarily asphalt. That'll now be restored by additional units as well as a landscape plan. Next slide, please. Again, this is just for context map of the BPDA. This does fall in the 3F 4000 district, although it is surrounded. Our building would be the only one that is not an MFR, a multifamily complex in this area as it stands now. Next slide, please. As you can see where the blue arrow is, those are the 2 existing structures with the hot top. You can see the surrounding scale of the buildings, and in our building, all of our parking is submerged underground, and then all of our first floor has our entry and amenity space. What you see here, just for context, is some of the other buildings that now we would match in height. Next slide, please. You can go to the next slide, I'm sorry. Thank you. This is the proposed site plan. So you can see we have landscape design around the building. We also, as you go up, have landscape inlets built in on the 2nd floor as you go up to have green space. Next slide, please. And then we get into our elevation. So this is our front or south elevation. You can see the driveway garage entranceway to the right in the front of the building, and some patios, balconies on this side of the building as well. Next slide, please. And then again, this is our left or west side elevation of the property. Next slide, please. And that's our north elevation of the property. Next slide, please. And finally, the right or east elevation of the property. Next slide, please. And again, this is just a front rendering or a side front rendering. Just so you folks know, we have a mix of units in the building. We have 10 one-bedrooms at 731 square feet, 22 bedrooms at 883 square feet, and then we also have larger units, 8 3-bedroom units at 1,056 square feet. As I had mentioned, we've worked with the community at length on the design of this project, as well as changing this over from a rental to condominium project, and then that increase of affordability and amenity space. Next slide, please. And I believe this is our final slide, just again, a rendering of the project from the outside, so you can just see sort of the architectural context. And we also have Travis on, who can go over any of the floor plan layouts if the board has any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does that conclude the presentation?
That would conclude the presentation, Madam Chair.
All right. Questions or comments from the board?
I have a question. we received numerous letters from tenants of this proponent in other buildings describing unsafe living conditions and difficulty living in other spaces owned by this proponent. Can you talk about those issues that were raised in letters written to us?
Yes, so I didn't actually see the letters, but what I can tell you as the building, and it could have been maybe issues that had come up years ago, all of the buildings have ISD certificate of compliance in Boston. So that's a 5-year inspection compliance plan. They do have a full property management company. They own their own. However, we did hear some comments out in the community for folks having some concern about letting these be residential rental units. And for that reason, and part of the reason was we said we'll agree to condominiums. These will all be sold. So these would be home ownership units. We, like I said, they have their 5-year compliance. There's no evictions actively. I believe some of that came from years ago and might have carried forward, but there's nothing active right now.
And it's my understanding from the board memo that the cost per unit, your building cost per unit is around $200,000, which seemed quite low to me. Typically, we're seeing $400,000 to $500,000 cost per unit. So can you talk about how that is possible?
So I would, is Travis on the call? That just so we can address that.
Yep. And just to clarify, in the board memo, there was a number of $6 million something for the cost to build this, but with so many units, it comes out to less than $200,000 per unit. So I was curious, is that using different materials, or how is that being achieved?
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Yeah, so I'm not sure who they got that number out of, but it comes down to the level of finish for each of the condos. So it's just a matter of materials and how they're going to bid out each of these units. But
I also think there might have been a discrepancy from when this was originally a rental and not updated to when this has been condo.
So you might be investing more in materials as condos?
Oh yeah, correct. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
No questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
I'm going to vote no.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
No.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes.
Thank you.
All right, item number 23. Request authorization to issue a certification of approval in accordance with Article 80E Small Project Review of the Zoning Code for the notice of project change, reducing the 45 residential units to 40 residential rental units, including 5 IDP units and an increase of 3 bedroom units located at 30 Thorn Street, and to take all related actions. Daniel.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Golden, Secretary Polimis. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Daniel Polanco, and I'm a project manager for the proponent. Proposed notice of project change before you tonight at 30 Thorn Street in Hyde Park. The project originally received board approval in September of 2018 for the construction of a 6-story residential building of approximately 38,760 gross square feet with 45 units and 21 off-street parking spaces. On February 23rd, 2022, the proponent 30 Thorn Street LLC filed a notice of project change to the BPDA in relation to the project's unit mix and affordability structure. The project reduced the unit count from 45 units to 40 units. The project also changed their unit mix count to include 5 studios reduced from 15, 5 one-bedroom units reduced from 15, 5 two-bedroom units reduced from 10, and now the project includes 25 three-bedroom units. Due to the change in units, the project will also now include 5 inclusionary development policy units, all 5 of those units at 70% AMI. Additionally, due to the decrease in unit mix, the parking spaces also decrease, increasing the parking ratio from 0.467 to 0.475. All other approved aspects of the project, including the structure, are staying the same. The BPDA sponsored a public meeting on March 28, 2022 to notify and take comments from the public of the change in the reduction of units, as well as the reiterate other aspects of the project are to remain the same. And the comment period ended on April 4th of 2022. Thank you for your time and consideration tonight. I have the development team here with me today if you have any questions in regards to the proposed changes in relation to the unit mix. And I will now turn it over to Angel Guzman from the planning department to further discuss the planning context. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan, and good evening. Thank you to Chair Rojas, Secretary Polimas, and members of the board. My name is Angel Guzman, and I am a neighborhood planner covering Hyde Park. The proposed project is not located within the boundaries of a recent planning initiative. Instead, Planning Division staff considered the neighborhood context, adopted citywide plans, including Imagine Boston 2030 and Go Boston 2030, Article 69 of the Zoning Code, and public feedback to review the project. The key considerations of BPDA staff during the review of the MPC were to align the proposed parking ratio with reduced residential dwelling unit count, and to update the proposal to include compliance with the Boston Transportation Department's 2021 bike parking guidelines, which were implemented after the project's initial approval. Design review staff will continue to work with the proponent through the design review process to consolidate vehicular maneuvering, parking consolidation and removal of parking wherever possible at the discretion of the BPDA, in the service of creating usable open space on site or adjacent to the site to accommodate the added family-sized units proposed in the updated design. Thank you for your time. I will now open the floor for the proponent team to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, great, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you. Item number 24, request authorization to issue a scoping determination reviewing further review pursuant to Article 80B, Section 80B-5.3D of the Zoning Code for the construction of 99,500 square foot life science building, including 81,500 square feet of office and research and development space with ancillary parking at shared parking lot that spans the site, and 440 Rutherford Avenue and 44 indoor bicycle spaces located at 420 Rutherford Avenue, and to take all related actions. Caitlin.
Good evening, and thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, Director Golden, Caitlin Coppinger, Project Manager in Development Review. Thank you again for your time this evening. The project before you tonight contemplates the demolition of the existing self-storage facility and to construct a 4-story, 99,500 square foot life science building with 55 parking spots. The ground floor plan will include storage, tenant amenities, and a bike storage room. The project will include 44 indoor bicycle parking spaces. The BPDA held a public meeting and 2 IAG meetings for this project in December of 2021 and March of 2022. This project has worked in collaboration with the BPDA Plan Charlestown team to integrate the proposed project into the vision of the plan. I'm happy to turn it over to Ted Schwartzberg from the planning team to discuss this in further detail.
Thank you, Caitlin, and thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Polimas, and Director Golden. My name is Ted Schwartzberg. I'm the neighborhood planner for Charlestown. I'm going to walk through some high-level points about Plan Charlestown and its relation to this proposal. This process is an ongoing process. As you may recall, I was before you earlier this year for our consultant contract, and that work is now underway in earnest with the consultant. Some of our initial planning findings are that there should be a preservation focus east of Rutherford Avenue. That's the area shaded here in blue as Original Peninsula. There are opportunities for new land uses and new building typologies on the other side of Rutherford Avenue, where it's currently predominantly industrial land use. And this was something that was noted in Imagine Boston 2030, and that a new grid of streets and public open space is needed in the area to the west of Rutherford Avenue, in between Rutherford Avenue and the highway viaduct. Next slide, please. This project is consistent with these emergent findings of the planning process. Commercial use is a use that's contextually appropriate, given that it's mostly surrounded by other commercial uses at this time, mostly heavier industrial uses, and then the site immediately to the north of it is a residential building that's part of Hood Park. For the planning process, while we do have emergent recommendations for transportation, that it's very important to build out a network of new streets on this side of Rutherford Avenue. We don't yet have recommendations for appropriate building density. So it's become the planning team's practice so far to look at the existing zoning and the existing context for understanding what's appropriate in terms of density as a placeholder until this planning process advances further. This proposal is consistent with the existing zoning and is consistent with the surrounding context, all of which are a floor area ratio of 2. And the project immediately to the north of this Hood Park, which was approved relatively recently, is at an FAR of 2, as I mentioned, as is the underlying zoning. And the height that is proposed is 3 feet taller than the height, maximum height limit in the underlying zoning. And then most importantly, as you can see at the top of this page, Half Pint Way is a new street that is part of this nascent network that was started on Hood Park campus. And it's a minor detail, but it's one that excites me that this is the first time we have a project in Charlestown that would link a new street on its site to a new street on an adjacent privately owned site. So Half Pint Way, which has been built by Hood Park, would extend over that red property line and then connect out on the bottom of the page to Bunker Hill Industrial Park. And the long-term vision that this is one incremental step as a part of is to build out a whole new network of public streets, and those will be threaded through the armature that's set up by the building footprints that we're reviewing today. So thank you very much, and I'll turn it over now to the proponent team.
Thank you, Ted. Thank you, Caitlin. I'd like to start off by thanking the board, especially Director Golden, for all of his years of service. And we're happy to be given the opportunity to present our project here at 420 Rutherford Avenue. When we initially started off thinking about this project, we really wanted to create something that was really on neighborhood scale, something that fit in with Charlestown. As you'll see, this is in an industrial park, an industrial area, and really needed a little bit of rejuvenation and some life brought into it. It's the current zoning. We have sort of a conditional use to build a 99,000 square foot life science building. Next slide, please. And so as part of this, my name is Will Grosvenor. I'm representing Related Beal here tonight. On our team, we've got MVBJ, who's our architect and landscape architect. BR+A is our MVP engineer. Our structural engineer is actually Thornton Tomasetti. H&A is our geotechnical engineer. Our civil engineer is Niche, and then sustainability, we have WSB. There's a little bit of confusion here on the slide, but bear with me. Next slide. Just for some context, so we purchased this site. It was actually a portfolio of 3 different buildings, 6 Bunker Hill, 440 Rutherford Avenue, and then 420 Rutherford Avenue, which is what we're talking about tonight. We purchased these back in June of 2021. As part of this neighborhood scale thought, we really wanted to sort of maintain the existing zoning. So we actually are under the 2.0 FAR. We're building up to basically 52 feet in terms of height for our in terms of occupiable floors, and then about 72 feet for the unoccupied floors. Next slide. Just for some context, which I think everyone knows, 420 Rutherford Avenue is the existing Cube Smart building. It sits directly south of Hood Park, but sits right on Rutherford Avenue there. So as part of our conversations with the city, transportation, we've been very involved in terms of coordinating with the Rutherford Avenue improvements and making sure that contextually we sort of fit in with the surrounding neighborhood, but also making and creating something that's, basically a better use for the site and something that improves the aesthetic of the site as well. Next slide. Just again, for a little bit of context, we filed our LOI back in July. Sort of in that interim period, we met with Representative Ryan, Councilor Edwards. We met with the Essex Street Neighborhood Committee, Tara Lally, Charlestown High School, Bunker Hill Community College, and then the Charlestown Preservation Society, at which point we then filed our P&F back in November. We had our first IAG meeting back in December. And then the public meeting and scoping sessions were also in December, with a couple other meetings there in between, and then our final IAG meeting was back in March. Next slide. So we can sort of go through these pretty quickly, but some of the community and economic benefits, the idea here is to really increase the street level pedestrian activity. We're also creating pedestrian access through the site, which we'll show you a little bit later on, and obviously creating new jobs and tax revenue. We're really sort of our development mission, again, as I stated before, this is a sort of neighborhood scale, a little bit more of a modest building. It's a 3-story R&D building that we think will fit in with the neighborhood, with Charlestown. So in terms of site improvements, obviously the aesthetic over there currently is really sort of very industrial in terms of the way it looks. So we're trying to improve that and make it fit in more with the neighborhood. And then we have enhanced sustainability and resiliency, which we can talk about sort of a little bit later on in the slides. Next, please. So again, this is part of our sort of our mitigation package to some extent, but really the site activation, the Half Pint Way that we're building through the site really to connect the rest of Charlestown and Hood Park. We're also creating this open recreation space for pedestrians to both pass through as well as congregate. And then again, the landscaping to beautify the neighborhood. This slide's a little bit funky too, but in terms of our partnerships, I think Caitlin mentioned this earlier. So in some of our early meetings, we really tried to get out in front of the community. We had a conversation with Councilor Edwards, who ultimately said the one thing that's missing, or one of the big things that's missing from Charlestown, is that there's no laundromat that's currently in the neighborhood. So people are taking their laundry, going to Chelsea, going to Everett, going to North End, wherever it may be, taking their laundry, doing their laundry there, and then coming back. So we are committed. We actually have a site that we are going to be leasing to basically provide this laundromat and help support the community on that front. And then separately, we've had conversations with Charlestown High School and Bunker Hill Community College, and basically talked about potential internships going forward. That's still at the beginning stages, but we're committed, and it was mentioned earlier on in this meeting, really sort of growing the life sciences business and bringing people up through the community and actually working in these jobs going forward. And then separately, we're creating 250 new jobs in the R&D sector, another 225 jobs in the construction sector, and then there's the increased tax revenue as well. Next slide. So this is some context. So this is obviously from Rutherford Avenue of the existing building, which is currently a Cube Smart. Again, it's not the greatest looking building, and again, the next slide will show you that we're trying to sort of propose something that's again fits in with the neighborhood, but is then more aesthetically pleasing looking from Rutherford. Next slide, please. So here I will turn it over to Salpy from MBBJ.
Thank you, Will, and thank you to the board. So working with Related Deal, it was important that this building fits in its context. The presence of the building fits in the context. So we're taking down that 2-story building and putting up a 3-story building, as you can see it here. Next slide. So we took into account an urban edge. So the edge of the building on the Rutherford Ave edge aligns with the Harvey building so that the pedestrian can experience a continuous can have a continuous experience. Also, the building is lower than its adjacent Harvey building, so that it doesn't have a higher kind of, prominence over that building. And what we did is we put a green roof to the north half of the roof so that the Harvey neighbors can have something nice to look at. Next, please. The building is aimed for life sciences. Tenants can be offices or labs. The most restricted lab rating will be a biosafety level 2, which means that the labs will be enclosed. There will be protocols for safe working, and access will be secured. Next, please. Of course, this being a lab building, it will have a mechanical penthouse. The penthouse is 20 feet high. We stepped it back from Rutherford Avenue so that it is barely visible when you're on the avenue. All the equipment are either in an interior space, or if they are in an exterior space, they are behind acoustical screens, so that the noise is within the city of Boston's acceptable levels, not to bother the neighbors. Next. Transportation-wise, we are not adding any additional parking spots than what there is existing. The site is accessible both from Sullivan Square and Community College stations by 12 and 10-minute walks, respectively. And we're also providing 44 parking spots inside of the building and long-term, and 20 outside of the building, above what is required for us to provide. Next. This is generally the site plan. While we're creating an urban edge, we're also giving a green edge to the neighborhood so that it's a much more pleasant experience. Also a kind of an entry garden to the west of the building for the tenants. We're surrounding the building basically with as much green as possible. Next. Here is that ground floor plan, a garden to the west of the building, seating and green and benches on Rutherford Ave, also to the north of the building. Next. Here's a vignette of that experience on Rutherford Avenue. Next slide. So looking at the building from Rutherford northeast corner of the building, as you can see, it's a very humble and honest building, not too big. Next. Here is from southeast view. Next. This is once you're in the industrial park, so behind Rutherford Avenue on the other side, coming in from the parking from Industrial Park, and the main entrance is what you're looking at on the long face of the building, under the canopy. Next. Here is essentially the back of the building, the loading dock that we're screening from the neighbors with landscaping. The transformers are located here, away from any public view, and also screened from the building tenant entry area by landscaping. Next. In terms of sustainability, we are aiming at LEED Gold. We are aiming at energy savings that is 51% above the code baseline. Greenhouse gas savings, 42% above the code baseline. Facade thermal performance, 13% better. Electrification goal is at 95%. We are installing rooftop photovoltaic panels. We are providing EV charging stations at the parking lot for 25% of the parking. And of course, as always, the green roof will mitigate the heat island effect. In terms of resiliency, our ground floor is 4 feet above grade, which is 2 feet above the flood elevation, Boston flood elevation, except the loading dock, which is at grade. And I think that's it for us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions and comments from the board?
Hopefully, as these projects move forward, among the community benefits that you might cite as your tenants move in would be the development of relationship, in this instance, with Bunker Hill Community College, which is right next door. It'd be a shame to have this kind of facility move into this site 100 yards basically from one of our community colleges, and to not see a program develop that would link the very diverse students at that location to the kinds of opportunities that this building will create. A lot more than one might encounter at a CubeSmart.
Yeah, we agree with you full-heartedly. We've already had a couple of conversations with Bunker Hill Community College specific to the programs that they have in place today and the sort of R&D project that we're developing, and how we can sort of help guide these students sort of into the workforce, specifically into the life sciences workforce, and hopefully specifically within Charlestown, within our building. So we're actively pursuing that today.
Great. Any additional questions or comments? Okay, hearing, seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so that was, okay, so we did item number 25. That was the open public hearing. Item number 26, request authorization to disperse $150,000 to the Mayor's Office of Arts and Culture to conduct planning and analysis of waterfront civic and cultural facilities and programs within the South Boston waterfront, and to enter into a grant agreement with the Mayor's Office of Arts and Culture, and to take all related actions. Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Golden, and Secretary Palimas. My name is Richard McGinnis. I'm Deputy Director for Climate Change and Environmental Planning. The BPDA looks forward to working with the Mayor's Office of Arts and Culture to ensure a sustainable and equitable program for public cultural facilities within private developments. This program dates back over 20 years and has numerous successes, including the Institute of Contemporary Art, but also challenges such as the closing of the Society of Arts and Crafts on Pier 4 and the broader concerns about the lack of awareness and opportunities for cultural organizations that reflect all of Boston's rich and vibrant communities. Next slide, please. Currently, there's over 192,000 square feet of required facility space distributed over 12 buildings, existing, pending, and planned in the South Boston waterfront. And new spaces are proposed along the 4-Point Channel at 5 Necco and 244 A Street. The funds will support consultant services and supplement Mayor's Office of Culture, Arts and Culture staffing. The scope includes a review of existing, pending, and planned facilities, interview operators and stakeholders, develop consistent framework and conditions for cultural organizations, including space design, build out finished costs, operating subsidies, fees including rent, utilities, common area charges, and real estate taxes. The Mayor's Office of Arts and Culture will refer to the Boston Creates Cultural Plan and other planning principles to inform recommendations for needed facilities, including cultural production spaces such as rehearsal space, recording, arts fabrication, cultural presenting spaces, including live music venues, performance spaces, and also retail outdoor programs and other civic cultural uses. The end product of the work will guide proposed facilities in all of our waterfront neighborhoods, including East Boston, Dorchester, and Charlestown. Next slide, please. These are some great images of Prep Street's new facility on Fan Pier, also their young adult writers program, the ICA's Teen Arts Council that recently expanded into Pier 4, and the longstanding community boat building program. And lastly, we are awaiting the completion of a 30,000 square foot Seaport Performance Arts Center and program by Celebrity Series that includes a 50-seat theater and a 150-seat theater. And I just want to echo my colleagues' praise for Director Golden for his role in city building and the support of the agency staff. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Reg. Questions or comments from the board?
This is a wonderful way to support some very good and inclusive groups, and I hope that as part of the planning and consultation that goes on, there will be an effort made to engage the cultural institutions in raising the city's consciousness of resilience. And if we're doing art and cultural along the waterfront, we might as well leverage having those young people doing cultural production to also contribute to our knowledge and understanding of the physical and resilience aspects of what's happening there.
Thank you, Dr. Lansmark.
Great. Additional questions or comments? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Lansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Rich. Okay, item number 27, personnel. Heather.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to take a moment to also echo the comments made before me in acknowledging Brian's service as our director. Brian, it's been an absolute pleasure to work with and for you, and we're all very proud of the work that we've accomplished under your leadership. So thank you for all you've done for the people of Boston and this agency. We'll be rooting for you as well. So thank you so much and good luck. We have just a few items for your consideration, Madam Chair, on BRA agenda. 2 appointments with details listed in your package. Michael Sinatra, Senior Project Manager in Development Review, and Michael Kerr, Director of Human Resources in the Human Resources Department. And lastly, 1 status change with details listed in your package. Michelle Goldberg, Interim Director of Finance in the Budget and Finance Department. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Heather? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Lansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Heather. Item number 28, contractual. I need a motion to pay the bills.
I move we pay our bills.
Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Lansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Please pay the bills. And that concludes our agenda for the Boston Redevelopment Authority portion of the meeting. So I need a motion to adjourn this meeting.
I move we adjourn this meeting.
Okay.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Lansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Meeting adjourned. So we will now move on to the EDIC portion of the agenda. Different order, so. Okay. Thank you for joining the April Economic Development and Industrial Corporation of Boston Board meeting. At this time, the Boston Planning and Development Agency is continuing to host public meetings in a virtual setting for the health, safety, and accessibility of Boston residents. For more information and updates, visit bostonplans.org. The Open Public Meeting Law requires that I notify the public that this meeting is being recorded. Please be aware that an audio and visual recording of this meeting is being made and broadcast by Boston City TV, which is a part of the City of Boston Office of Cable Communications, at Xfinity Channel 24, RCN Channel 13, and Verizon Fios Channel 962. It is also being live streamed at boston.gov/cable. I will now take a roll call to begin this meeting. Ms. Downs?
Present.
Mr. Monahan?
Present.
Dr. Lansmark?
Present.
Mr. Miller?
Present.
And I, Priscilla Rojas, am present. Okay. First item on the agenda, request authorization for the approval of minutes of the March 10th, 2022 meeting. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 2, request authorization to extend the tentative designation status of the Cronin Group LLC as redeveloper and to enter into lease negotiations with redeveloper to facilitate the long-term lease and redevelopment of 24 Dry Dock Avenue within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. Ray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Director Golden, Madam Secretary, and members of the board. Oh, my camera just went out. Sorry about that. There we are. On January 16th, 2020, Cronin Group LLC received tentative designation status as redeveloper for BPDA-owned 24 Dry Dock Avenue in the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. As you recall, Cronin's proposed an approximately $81.2 million, 123,000 square foot, 5-story building plus basement with Boston Ship Repair's office space. The upper floors will accommodate general industrial tenants, including lab, research and development, testing and engineering uses per the RLFMP master plan update. Since receiving its last extension, Cronin's design and engineering teams have been continuing to undergo analysis and examination through Article 80 review and are continuing to revise aspects of the project in response to feedback received at these sessions, in particular in response to resilience, sustainability, and accessibility considerations. The team has also responded to comments received from BPDA Urban Design with a revised design that has evolved to be more contextual to the RLFMP surroundings. The project team appeared at the April 5th Boston Civic Design Commission, and its building design is evolving in response to critiques received there. Cronin is also continuing to work with the leasing community to identify potential tenants for the building. In order to proceed to final designation, Cronin must provide evidence of necessary financing and equity, obtain approval of its development schedule, including submittal of final development plans, complete BPDA design review and BPDA Article 80 process, and receive Chapter 91 determination from the Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection. Further, building permits must be ready for issuance, and the terms and conditions of a ground lease must be fully negotiated in addition to obtaining any other necessary approvals required for the project to proceed. Therefore, staff recommends that the Cronin Group LLC be given an additional 6 months of extension to its tentative designation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions or comments from the board? Right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsberg?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Ray.
Thank you.
Item number 3, request authorization to award tentative designation status to and enter into lease negotiations with 22 Dry Dock LLC as redeveloper to facilitate the long-term lease and redevelopment of 20 and 22 Dry Dock Avenue within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. Right.
The 20 and thank you, Madam Chair, Director Golden, members of the board, Madam Secretary. The 20 and 22 Dry Dock Avenue site consists of land area of approximately 79,938 square feet, containing 2 brick buildings constructed in the 1940s. The BPDA issued an RFP for the site on April 28, 2021 to capture opportunities offered by the current very brisk market. The RFP required that redevelopment of the site be consistent with applicable zoning, EDIC's Chapter 91 master license for the RLFMP, and the existing master plan for the RLFMP, while emphasizing and capturing the opportunities presented by the master plan update. The RFP also encouraged proposals to include some uses that are consistent with furthering the BPDA's commitment to promote maritime economic development and the retention and creation of job opportunities within the existing zoning and regulatory framework. Additionally, a core value of BPDA's real estate practice is to use public property to advance diversity, equity, and inclusion. As a result, this RFP required proponents to submit a detailed, impactful, and implementable diversity and inclusion plan. On July 14, 2021, BPDA received 3 proposals from Cronin Development, and Street to Ivy. The second was from 24 Dry Dock LLC, which consists of Related Beal, Kavanaugh Advisory Group LLC, and the Boston Real Estate Inclusion Fund, brief. And the third was Rise Together, Domos, DW Sawyer, Cadra, and Marcus Partners. All teams proposed life science developments of a similar square footage in a 4.0 FAR anchored by some first floor marine related uses. All proponents were deemed responsive and responsible. The selection committee, working with a private financial consultant under contract with the BPDA, consisted of multidisciplinary BPDA staff who analyzed the proposals in great detail, conducted interviews with all three proponents, and deliberated carefully over the last several months to arrive at today's recommendation. The selection committee determined that the proposals submitted by Related Beal, Kavanaugh Advisory Group LLC, Boston Real Estate Inclusion Fund was the most highly advantageous proposal based upon the following. 1, the redeveloper's proven track record of successfully completing 2 phases of ISQ, a life sciences building with anchor tenant Vertex Pharmaceuticals. 2, a competitive price offer that both exceeds the BPDA's asking price and has a net present value of total rent payments over the term of the lease that exceeds the next closest offer by approximately $21.5 million. And 3, an excellent diversity and inclusion plan and package of community benefits. 4, a LEED Platinum and zero net carbon building design that will set the bar for future lab developments in Boston. And 5, the project's potential to have a swift impact on Boston's economy via both job training and job creation within the rapidly growing life sciences industry. I'm joined tonight by Steve Farber of Related Beal, who will give us a presentation on this exciting project. Steve?
Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Polmus, Director Golden, my name is Stephen Faber, and on behalf of my partners, Boston Real Estate Inclusionary Fund and Kavanaugh Advisory Group, thank you for allowing me to give this brief presentation. Before I start, on a personal note, Director Golden, has been my pleasure and honor to work with you over many years. And on behalf of all of us at Related Beal, we wish you much success and happiness in your future. Next slide, please. So I'd like to just go over a couple of things, the series of renderings to demonstrate the building that we're proposing, our team and DEI initiatives, our sustainability program, and an overview of our public benefits. Next slide. The site is extremely prominent, and it's bordered by Northern Avenue, Tide Street, Dry Dock Avenue, and our site plan features 35,000 square feet of open space, highlighted by terraced patios and landscaping. This is Round Inc. is our landscape architect. We think that for the preliminary design, we're rather pleased with it. Next slide. This is the Northern Avenue frontage. The building is 7 stories, 108 feet tall, consistent with the IDB and design plans for 24 Dry Dock. The mechanicals are below the FAA glide path. It is an FAR 4.0, which is consistent with the RLFM master plan update. Next slide. This represents the corner of Tide and Northern. And what is shown here is really the fact that we are elevating the site to 21.5 Boston City base to meet resiliency requirements. We believe this is fairly elegantly achieved through stepped planting beds and plazas, while accessibility is a key requirement, therefore ramps will be incorporated throughout the site. Next slide, please. This shows the Tide and Dry Dock facades. What's important is that because of the prominence and the location of this site, there really is no rear of this building. All of the facades are important on all sides, and there's significant ground floor activation completely around the project. Next slide. This is finally down dry dock and demonstrating the relief away from the existing EDIC parking garage, providing significant light and air, and probably most importantly, a very strong pedestrian connection between Northern Avenue and Dry Dock. One other feature of this that I'd like to point out now, because on this particular rendering it shows, is you might notice at the roof line, there is a secondary roof. That actually is a very unique opportunity that our architect, SGA, put forth in order for us to utilize photovoltaics on a lab building, which normally is difficult because of the amount of mechanicals. So what we've actually done is provide a photovoltaic halo around the building, allowing us to do a significant amount of on-site electricity generation. And then finally, next slide is back to Northern Avenue and demonstrating on the lower right-hand side some of the smaller retail space on the ground floor. Next slide. You might have noticed that we did have some landscaping at the roof. Our design does call for a roof deck, obviously with amazing views back to the city and over the waterfront along Northern Avenue. We see this space, which essentially is occupiable function space, as also being usable by the community when not in use by the tenants. Next slide, please. Ground floor public space in the lobby area of the lab building. Again, we're looking for space that can be multi-purpose and multi-use. Again, providing access to community groups for presentations, book signings. You can imagine a number of uses that might be executed in this location. Finally, we've got on the next slide kind of a coffee and dining area that we anticipate as food and beverage and activity within the space is of course important. Next, we're going to talk about our team with the next slide. And we've got really a very experienced team, but not only experienced, they're also incredibly diverse. And if you can initiate the next slide. Our team is made up of 45, the existing current team that we have. Obviously, we're early in the design process, but 45% of the team is made up of MWBE firms. And probably equally as important, for those firms that are not representing MWBE activity, 100% of them have committed to obtaining additional MWBE participation through partnerships. So one key area is MEP, for example, a major component of life science development, cold consulting, and geotech. We're going to be looking to add on additional members. Next slide. In the construction area, and one of the things as well on the DEI program that I did mention, in all areas, whether it be ownership, design, engineering, construction, and then finally operations, we have a significant MWBE component in each of those. On the construction side, we're going to use a program that we've used successfully on many other projects, and we're going to incorporate what we call an ECM-CM construction methodology, in which the team is integrated between both related Beal employees who are self-performing activity, and then we're using Janney Construction and Greg Janney. We've had a number of meetings in which we've been able to actually identify each of the positions, and from project executive down to assistant superintendent, in which we have both members of related Beal as well as Janney Construction engaged in that construction management function, and something that we really look forward to. The interesting thing is, on the next slide is this project is going to be approximately a $400 million construction spend. And when I shouldn't say construction, development spend. So when you look at that, really, only 10% of that is in the team. The balance of that is really with subcontractors, vendors, and suppliers. And so we've hired in-order business development solutions to engage in ensuring that we're able to access all of those firms and ensure that they have an opportunity to bid on the project. Her success goes without question, as she's achieved in excess of 15% in terms of minority and MWBE corporate spend out of our construction programs, and we're looking for the same results. Next slide, please. It's also a new model for sustainability as discussed. LEED Platinum, zero carbon emissions. The only way you do that is through super high performance envelope design. You've got to have complete electrification for your MEPs, and you've got to maximize your on-site generation vis-a-vis that unique innovative solution, the PV Halo. Next slide. We're going to show some of the demonstrated results are in excess of 50% reduction over the stretch code. Next. And we anticipate that right out of the gate, we're going to be 100% carbon neutral or 100% zero carbon. Next slide. Public benefits. Our public benefits also incorporate DEI initiatives are infused throughout these public benefits. And they're really focused on two areas. One is education, with really a focus of educating those who don't realize today that they have opportunities in careers based in the life science industry. And also in recognizing the importance of the seafood industry to the South Boston waterfront, there is an opportunity to partner and to coexist effectively. And finally, we've got $2.1 million of additional funding that has not even been accounted for yet, that will be accounted for through the process of IAG and permitting. This is the GMGI, just some representations of the work that they'll be doing. And finally, thank you very much. We know this may only be the end of the beginning, and we look forward to working with the dedicated men and women of the EDIC and the BPDA to bring this project to reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board?
Really nice project.
Thank you.
Yeah, agreed. Very thorough. And again, the work that you've done on incorporating a multifaceted diversity program is, again, very much appreciated and very much what we're looking for, what we like to see. So thank you for that. All right, any additional questions or comments? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Lansmore?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Congratulations and good luck.
Thank you very much.
Take care.
Thank you.
All right. Item number 4, request authorization to ratify to date, confirm, and extend the tentative designation status of Thompson Island Outward Bound Education Center Incorporated for the redevelopment and long-term lease of EDIC Berth 10 dock and adjacent watershed within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. Rick.
Thank you once again, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, Director Golden, and members of the board. I'm requesting that the board please vote to ratify and extend the tentative designation status of Thompson Island Outward Bound Education Center for the EDIC Berth 10 dock and adjacent watershed through December 31st, 2022. The premises consist of a section of dock, berthing area, security gate, and adjacent watershed of approximately 5,100 square feet, including a float and gangway. As you recall, this organization was tentatively designated at the January 2019 board, and their tentative designation was extended at the November 2019 and May 2020 boards. Thompson Island Outward Bound Education Center is a 501c3 nonprofit educational corporation and conservator of Thompson Island and Boston Harbor Islands. They currently operate a water ferry service from the Berth 10 dock to transport over 2,500 Boston area school students to Thompson Island through partnerships for educational programs. They also operate revenue-generating programs and activities on Thompson Island, including weddings, corporate events and functions, and team-building retreats. TIOBEC currently occupies Berth 10 under a license with a fee of $9.75 per month that expires on December 31st, 2021. They propose to redevelop the premises with significant improvements to the existing ramp and float system that will allow expansion of their programming. They had also agreed to make an immediate $40,000 investment in new floats and improvements to Berth 10 by last November 1st in exchange for forgiveness of their rent arrearage, which they did do. They demonstrated that they had spent in excess of that in fabrication materials. This tentative designation extension was allowed to lapse due to an inability of the parties to agree on a lease term. This was after the license was signed and the rent arrearage was dismissed. TIOBEC indicates that it is now willing to sign a 10-year lease in order to proceed with the more extensive improvements to Berth 10, such as the 2 articulating ramps, as described in their RFP submission. Therefore, we are requesting that the tentative designation be revived and extended through 12/31/22 in order to finalize a term sheet and get a fully executed 10-year lease in place before year's end. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, item number 5. Request authorization to extend the tentative designation status of Amoresco Incorporated and to enter into lease negotiations with Amoresco Incorporated to facilitate the air rights lease and development of a solar photovoltaic canopy above the EDIC-owned parking garage within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. Rebecca.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. We are requesting board approval to extend the tentative designation of Amoresco Incorporated for the air rights lease and development of a solar photovoltaic canopy above the parking garage in the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. The Marine Industrial Park garage at 12 Dry Dock Avenue has a footprint of approximately 109,000 square feet and has high solar potential due to its position and building height restrictions in the park. The installation of a solar canopy above the garage will provide a new renewable energy source to the RLFMP and will further the City of Boston's resiliency and carbon emission reduction goals. The BPDA released a request for proposals for the installation of a solar canopy at the garage in March 2021. The guidelines of the RFP required any development of solar PV canopy at the location to be consistent with applicable zoning, EDIC's Chapter 91 master license, and the existing RLFMP master plan and the master plan update. On July 15, 2021, the BPDA board approved the tentative designation of Amoresco for the air rights lease and development of a solar canopy. Amoresco proposes an approximately 1,600 kilowatt DC solar canopy system spanning approximately 90,000 square feet on the roof of the garage. The proposed system will have 2 250 kilowatt batteries, 4 electric vehicle charging stations, and will create Boston's first LEED Platinum Life Science campus with Vertex Pharmaceuticals as a major off-taker. Since being granted tentative designation, Amoresco has made significant progress, including completing preliminary structural review, finalizing the interconnection application to be submitted to Eversource, submitting Federal Aviation Administration obstruction analysis, preparing materials for Chapter 91 determination for Mass DEP, and engaging in term sheet negotiations with the BPDA. During the requested extension, the development team plans to obtain an interconnection agreement with Eversource, complete BPDA design review, and receive Chapter 91 determination for Mass DEP. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Okay. Item number 6, request authorization to advertise and issue a request for proposals from qualified developers to redevelop parcel U within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. Ray.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, Director Golden, Madam Secretary, and members of the board. I'm here to request authorization to advertise and issue a request for proposals for the redevelopment of Parcel U located at 7 Channel Street in the RLFMP. The site consists of land area of approximately 45,310 square feet with a masonry and metal building thereon of approximately 27,000 square feet. The site is located proximate to the Northern Avenue entrance to the RLFMP between Massport Hall Road to the west and Channel Street to the east, behind Parcel T that lies on Northern Avenue to the north. A building owned by the United States Department of Homeland Security is to the south of the site. The site, unlike most of the property in the RLFMP, is not located in a designated port area. Therefore, it offers additional opportunities, perhaps related to life science businesses for commercial, general industrial, and general office use. Residential and hotel uses would not be considered, however. It is contemplated that the site's location adjacent to the Hall Road could present an excellent opportunity for the inclusion of a single-engine company Boston Fire Station within a proposed development there. Because of this, the RFP will require proponents to include 2 development scenarios in their submitted proposals. Development Program A, which would offer the site in accordance with the uses just cited, and Development Program B, conforming to the usual goals for development in the RLFMP, but also including the delivery to the BPDA of a core and shell space within the development that the BPDA will dedicate to community and or government use at no cost to the BPDA. To the extent permissible under applicable law, the BPDA anticipates that this space may serve as a Boston Fire Station as needed to better serve the RLFMP in the greater South Boston Seaport neighborhood, given the robust pace of commercial and residential development and resulting increased density that has occurred in the area. The RFP will also include the BPDA's requisite diversity and inclusion plan requirement and client resiliency requirements, as well as a description of the BPDA's RLFMP climate resiliency capital pool. Ground lessees will be required to contribute their proportionate share of the resiliency infrastructure investments completed by the BPDA into this pool based upon their developed footprint within the RLFMP. These payments will reimburse the BPDA for resiliency projects that help to mitigate the impacts of coastal flooding and sea level rise across the RLFMP. It is therefore recommended that the board please authorize staff to advertise and issue a request for proposals for the redevelopment of Parcel U. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
You're right. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Okay. Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 7, request authorization to accept a grant from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Seaport Economic Council to fund a power distribution system upgrade at Dry Dock number 3 in the amount of $598,800 and to grant said funds to Boston Ship Repair LLC for the completion of power distribution system upgrades at Dry Dock 3 within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. Rebecca.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. We are requesting board approval to accept a grant from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Seaport Economic Council in the amount of $598,800 and execute and enter into a grant agreement to disperse the funds to Boston Ship Repair for power distribution system upgrades at Dry Dock 3 in the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. Boston Ship Repair is one of the few true over-the-dock water-dependent uses remaining in the Marine Park. Boston Ship Repair is a subsidiary of North Atlantic Ship Repair and operates a full-service shipyard at Dry Dock 3, one of the largest dry docks on the eastern seaboard. Boston Ship Repair's current dry dock power distribution system is outdated, and funds are needed to upgrade the system to enable easier, safer, and more efficient power distribution. In conjunction with Boston Ship Repair, the BPDA submitted a grant application to the Seaport Economic Council, and in September 2021, we were awarded $598,800 in grant funding for the Dry Dock 3 power distribution system upgrades projects. The proposed project will negate the need for backup diesel generators and will result in more competitive bids for Boston Ship Repair. It is anticipated to increase dry dock utilization by 25% and estimated to amount up to 50,000 additional man hours for workers and subcontractors. These projected cost savings and job growth are based upon direct costs, but do not include indirect ones related to a safer workplace environment, increased energy efficiency, reduced emissions, fewer truck trips, and less noise. Boston Ship Repair has already secured 60% of the funding needed for the project, which is estimated to cost $1.497 million in total. The shipyard has committed 4,620 hours of labor for an in-kind contribution of $300,000 and secured an additional $598,200 through the U.S. DOT Maritime Administration Fiscal Year 21 Small Shipyard Grant Program. The $598,800 grant from the Seaport Economic Council will close the remaining funding gap. The design is complete and has received all necessary approvals for the project. The technical engineering and construction documents are developed and will be bid in compliance with the applicable requirements per Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 3039M. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Sounds good. All right. Motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Item number 8, request authorization to amend the lease agreement with Green Site Incorporated to add approximately 14,561 square feet on the 8th floor of 12 Channel Street, Suite 802, and to remove approximately 10,000 square feet on the 6th floor of 12 Channel Street, Suite 605, within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. Maureen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'd like to take a minute to say thank you to Director Golden for all the years of incredible leadership, just as my prior colleagues have. I wish you great success in all your future endeavors. Greenside is an existing tenant of 12 Channel Street. Greenside is located in Suite 605, where they build drones and provide flight monitoring and office support to administer the data analysis platform business. In October 2017, the BPDA board approved a 5-year lease with one 5-year option term to extend. The lease commenced on October 1st, 2017, and will expire on December 1st, 2026. Greenside pays $23,333.33 per month in fixed rent, which increases annually by $1 per square foot. In September 2020, the BPDA board approved an amendment with Greenside that allowed for a restructuring of the fixed rent and extended the term for fixed rent repayment after Greenside suffered a financial loss due to a decline in government contracts, as well as a short-term cash flow issue as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. In 2021, Greenside approached BPDA staff to discuss the availability of a larger space in 12 Channel. BPDA staff identified Suite 802, which consists of approximately 14,561 square feet of open warehouse flex space. BPDA staff is recommending a 6-year term commencing on May 1st, 2022 and expiring on April 30th, 2028, with one 5-year option to extend the lease at fair market value. Greenside will have 9 months of free rent in exchange for tenant improvements made to Suite 802. Greenside will remain in Suite 605 while making the improvements and continue to pay rent for Suite 605 in the amount of $26,083 per month until January 31st, 2023. Beginning February 1st, 2023, Greenside will vacate Suite 605 entirely and take occupancy of 802. Greenside will pay fixed rent of $33,975.67 per month for Suite 802. Fixed rent will also increase annually by $1 per square foot. For the 5-year term, Greenside will pay approximately $2,184,150 in fixed rent for Suite 802. BPDA staff recommends that the director is authorized to amend the lease agreement to add Suite 802 and subsequently remove Suite 605 from the lease. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 10, request authorization to amend the lease agreement with T-Mobile Northeast LLC to allow the installation of one gas-powered generator as a backup power source on the roof of 12 Channel Street within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. Maureen.
Thank you. T-Mobile is a wireless communication network operator with a network distributed over land area called cells. Each cell is served by at least one fixed location base transceiver. The base station provides the cells with the network coverage, which can be used for transmission of voice, data, and other types of content. The roof of 12 Channel Street has been a fixed location for T-Mobile since October 1st, 1999. At that time, T-Mobile was granted non-exclusive use of roof space for the installation of up to 9 antennae. The lease was for 3 years, commencing on October 1st, 1999, with seven three-year option terms, the last of which will expire on September 30th, 2023. In December 2020, the BPDA Board of Directors approved a retroactive amendment to the lease to include a previously added 10th antenna, which was added in 2017. T-Mobile agreed to pay $3,728 per month for the 10th antenna. The fixed rent continues to escalate annually by 3%. At this time, BPDA also agreed to add 3 additional 3-year option terms, extending the term expiration to September 30th, 2032. In June 2021, T-Mobile approached BPDA staff to negotiate the addition of one gas-powered generator to be placed on the roof of 12 Channel to serve as an emergency power source for the base station. The term for the gas generator shall be coterminous with the lease for the 10 antennae, commencing on June 1st, 2022 and expiring on September 30th, 2032. Prior to the commencement of the 5th year of the amended term, T-Mobile will commit to converting to an alternative fuel source for the generator if efficient and cost-effective technology permits. In addition to the fixed rent of $46,076.66 that T-Mobile currently pays for the 10 antennae, T-Mobile will pay $962.50 monthly for the addition of the generator. Fixed rent will continue to escalate annually by 3%. With the addition of the generator, BPDA shall receive approximately $562,350 through the lease expiration date of September 30th, 2032. Staff is recommending that the director be authorized to execute an amendment for the lease agreement with T-Mobile. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Yeah. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Okay, item number 11, request authorization to amend the lease agreement with RBK2 LLC for the continued use of approximately 3,373 square feet of space in Suite 202 located at 22 Dry Dock Avenue within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. Maureen.
Thank you. Certain affiliates of RBK2 Tenant LLC were previously awarded the development rights for Parcel K located at 6 Tide Street in the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. The project was known as Innovation Square or ISQ. In 2019, while building phase 1 of the development, RBK2 approached the BPDA in search of office space within close proximity to the project. The ISQ project is directly across Northern Ave from BPDA-owned office space at 22 Dry Dock Ave. On November 14, 2019, the BPDA board authorized a lease agreement with RBK2 for a term of 2 years with one 6-month option to extend. The lease commenced on October 18, 2019, and will expire on April 30th, 2022. Staff is proposing a 6-month extension with an additional single 6-month extension, which may be terminated with 60 days written notice. And as you just saw, the related bill was awarded tenant designation for 22 Dry Dock Ave, and thus they may never leave.
All right. Okay, any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 12, request authorization to enter into a license agreement with Mass Robotics Incorporated for the temporary use of Suite 504 and 805 located at 12 Channel Street within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. Dennis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mass Robotics has been a tenant at 12 Channel Street since 2016, where they lease approximately 39,000 square feet on 2 suites located on the 2nd and 5th floor. Consistent with their corporate charter, Mass Robotics routinely offers high school students STEM programs for no cost, and those programs are generally conducted in their 2nd floor space. They've recently teamed up with an organization called For Inspiration and Recognition of Science and Technology, or the acronym FIRST, to run a hands-on class where students learn to program and drive small mobile robots. Interest in the program, understandably, has been stronger than anticipated, and Mass Robotics may be unable to accommodate the offering entirely within the 2nd floor space. They've requested to utilize one or more of the currently vacant suites in 12 Channel Street to conduct the STEM cell training. The suites, as you said, are number 504 and number 805, 805 being the larger of the two. They're requesting the use for 2 days per week from April through July. Based on the current asking price of $31 per square foot plus building operating expenses, we've determined a daily use fee of $230 for the smaller suite and $400 for the larger suite. The suites will be available for Mass Robotics only for so long as they remain vacant. Between April and the end of July, we should receive between $6,000 and $11,000 from Mass Robotics, depending on the suite use. But more importantly, Boston high school students will receive this no-cost exposure to the products. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Lansmore?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Item number 13, request authorization to execute a 3-year contract with Aetna Fire Alarm Services Company, Aetna Fire Alarm Service Company Incorporated, for project number 9519C, inspection, testing, servicing, and full preventative maintenance of fire alarm equipment within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park in an amount not to exceed $118,443. Laura.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. As stated, I'm requesting authorization to award a contract for fire alarm maintenance within the Marine Park. All work will be performed in accordance with the recommendations of the manufacturer, the city's fire department, and others, including a requirement for routine resets. 2 vendors submitted bids prior to the deadline, and Aetna is the responsible and responsive bidder with the lowest total bid price. They've successfully completed past contracts with the BPDA, and they're certified as a woman-owned company located in Boston. The awarded contract will be for 3 years with a cost not to exceed $118,443. Thanks for your consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Lansmore?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Laura. Item number 14, request authorization to advertise and issue a request for proposals for consultant services to design a virtual orientation and/or recruitment process for the Office of Empowerment clients. Constance.
Last but not least, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Golden, thank you for your support of OFE and OWD over the past 8 years. I'm Constance Martin from the Office of Financial Empowerment. The Mayor's Office of Financial Empowerment has been allocated $100,000 from the American Rescue Plan funds to better serve Boston residents through digital inclusion. As you know, LMI residents were disproportionately affected during the pandemic with limited computer skills. Few had computers at home and many did not have internet access. We have already added a digital literacy workforce development program, and our 7th class of students was graduating via Zoom tomorrow. Today, I'm asking for authorization to issue an RFP for up to $75,000 for a consultant who would create a series of recruitment and orientation videos to help us reach these residents virtually for our financial coaching program. This would help us reach more residents, and they would be able to learn about our programs at their own convenience rather than attending presentations that only take place during working hours. They would also be able to access information on the specific topics that interest them instead of the more general orientation that we provide now. We anticipate that all future services will be hybrid, so it's really important to us to have professional materials to use for virtual recruitment. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Right, hearing and seeing none, the motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Constance, and good luck.
Thank you.
All right, item number 15, personnel. Heather.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. We have 5 appointments for your consideration. Joseph Pellegrino, Michelle Stokes, and Joe Roll, all in Office of Workforce Development. Rafi Nazim, affirmatively furthering fair housing assistant in the director's office, and Lena Clark, housing compliance assistant in the compliance department. 7 employment service contracts, John Reed in the planning department, Hugo Solis in the office of general counsel, Mark Bemis, Michaela Minagi, Joan Kirshner, Anna Scher, and Joanna Evans, all in the office of workforce development. 2 co-ops for your consideration, Punya Kalra, research co-op in the research division, and Kevin Kogan, transportation planning co-op in the planning department. 2 status changes, Rebecca Hansen, Senior Advisor for Real Estate Portfolio Management in the Real Estate Department, and Barry Reeves, Director of DEI in the Office of DEI. 3 travel requests for Ori Eldridge in Human Resources, Mimi Churchinez in OWD, and Michael Andelman, also in OWD. And lastly, 6 departures, Ahmad Hamza, the Language Access Coordinator, Judy Starity in OWD, Ashling Kerr, Senior Project Manager in Development Review, Lance Campbell, Senior Project Manager in Development Review, Morgan McDaniel, Senior Real Estate Development Officer in the Real Estate Division, and lastly, Kelly Sherman, Planner 1.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Heather. Okay, and that now concludes our agenda for this evening. So I need a motion to adjourn this meeting.
I move we adjourn the EDIC meeting.
Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes and meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone, and we'll see you next month.